right, starting off with match one. On red one, we've got the Edison robot.
All right, everybody, welcome to the 2023 Red Mountain High School Qualifier.
Up now, we have on red one, the Edison Robotic Eagles.
And on red 2, we have the Circus Balloons. All right, are our teams ready? All right, just need a thumbs up from both teams just to make sure we're all good. All right, so we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Over here on red one, they go for the 3D cinema, and looks like they get it triggered.
We have the Circus Balloons going for the 3D movie on the other side, now resetting their robot for another run. Both teams taking their time, making sure that their robots are perfect, ready to go, getting as many points as they can in this run, but it is a practice round, so they do have a few attempts after this.
Both teams getting up their codes set up for the next task.
It seems like Circus Balloons is using a jig around in the home zone. That way they can make sure that their robot is set up and ready to go.
Red one makes an attempt to pull the camera for the movie set.
And Circus Balloons is off, ready to try and get another challenge. Almost making it, but comes back into that home zone, avoiding any potential penalties.
Red lines up to get in the camera once more. Almost making contact with it.
That was so close.
Looks like red one is making a swap of their parts on their robots to take on another task.
Circus Balloons is resetting, getting ready to go for another run.
And the Edison Robotic Eagles are off once more to try out another task. Looks like they're lining up. Almost triggering the stage.
And that's time for 30 seconds remaining in the match.
Edison Robotic Eagles lining up to try once more to go for the augmented reality statue. They can pull that lever down. And they're off.
Seems like they have a good lineup there. it seems like there was a small code error, but nothing that they can't fix. And that's
And
the
that
end
is
of our
time.
match.
Great job to both teams. Let's hear it for them. Coming up here on practice match 2, we've got blue number 1 is the Programming Nuggets.
And over here on blue 2, we have the Master Builders. All right, can we get a thumbs up from both teams? Ready to start this match. We'll start in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Over on blue 1, it looks like they still go for the pulling of the camera. Excuse me, they're going back into their home base.
On blue 2, they were able to activate the augmented reality statue, getting them some nice points. Now they're reorganizing their jig and going up for another run.
Looks like the Programming Nuggets are lining up. Make it over to the other corner of the board to line up for the next challenge. And they're swapping out their setup for their robot right now, lining up.
Master Builders are coming over to try and pull that camera along.
Blue 1's lining up. Looks like they trigger the hologram on the sound stage.
Now it seems like they're doing a little victory dance in celebration.
Lines it back up and they're coming back into the safe zone.
Master Builders reorganizing their robot, getting ready for yet another run.
Now the Programming Nuggets take it all the way back to the other side of the board. Looks like they're prepping the robot for another challenge. It's hot swapping their arms.
It's important to be precise here. We can see teams taking their time, making sure not to be too nervous.
Yes, even the smallest millimeter can make all the difference in this competition.
It really does. It really does.
It's like the programming nuggets are sending the robot back to the other side of the board with a new arm.
Same along with the master builders, and they're able to pull that camera along.
Looks like the programming
And
nuggets
King-
are lining up to the stage once more.
And the master builders get that camera inside of that extra zone, netting them some extra points.
Oh, and the nuggets looks like they transferred one of the civilians across the board.
It seems like the master builders have finished up with all of their code. Now it's
Looks like
time
the
to
programming
count
nuggets get
points.
stuck up in the middle of the board, but that's okay. This is only a practice match right now.
It's important to use this time. That's 30 seconds
That's
left
30
remaining in the match.
seconds.
It's important to use this time to make sure to work out any kinks. These boards are very different from what they practice on.
Yes. It looks like they're transporting some of the civilian Lego pieces back to the other side of the board on the programming nuggets in blue 1. Looks like they're swapping their arm for one more challenge that they're going to try out here.
Less than 10 seconds remaining. Let's see if they can get it.
They load up some of the civilian pieces, and that's time. Let's give it up for let's give a hand for these teams here.
All right, looks like we're ready to go over here for practice match number 3.
On black 1, we have the Lug Nuts.
And on black 2, we have the Baloney Lego Legends. Can we see a thumbs up from both teams? Are we ready? All right, we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Like black 1 triggers the sound mixer and they're heading back to home base.
At black 1, they're swapping their arm.
That's a pretty impressive attachment they have over there.
It's a lot bigger than the other ones that we've seen today so far. And they get a box full of the orange minifigures.
So delivering those audiences to their desired location. That'll get some extra points. The LEGO Legends over here are just taking the extra time, making sure the robot is lined up. It needs to be precise.
The lug nuts have pulled the camera. The lug nuts are now in the second safe zone.
Pushing the camera down the track over here for the lug nuts. Now they're just resetting, getting their second attachment out.
It seems the lug nuts have pulled off one of the game pieces.
Now the lug nuts have set the lighting and they've activated the hologram performer, and that's 30 seconds left in the match.
The lug nuts are switching their attachment.
Seem to be getting ready to push a specialist and their creation into the museum. And they end up getting it in there. That nets them some nice points. And that's the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, guys, we're getting started with practice match number 4. Over here on red 1, we got the Electric Knights with a nice Lego sword to rep their team.
At red 2, we have the Lego Nerds.
All right, guys, can we get a thumbs up from both teams? See that everyone's ready to go? All right, looks like everyone's ready to go. We're going to start the countdown here in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Looks like the Electric Knights make a look for the camera. Looks like they just narrowly miss it, though. Looks like they're lining back up into the safe zone. Looks like they're prepping to go again.
The Lego Nerds are setting something up.
Oh, looks like the Electric Knights trigger the spiral. And it looks like over on red 2, we have them set up into the museum with the specialist. Looks like they triggered the 3D hologram over on red 1 with the Electric Knights. And also the augmented reality sound stage. That's gonna be a lot of points right there. And they're successfully able to navigate back into red 1 with the Electric Knights.
At red 2, they just hit the Craft Creator.
It's like the Electric Knights are lining up once more, try another task. The robot enters the field of play. Oh, and they just narrowly missed the trigger, but that's okay.
At red 2, they switched to the other side.
Looks like the Electric Knights make it back into their safe zone and they're lining up. Looks like they're hot swapping their arm to try another challenge. Looks like over on red 2, they also triggered the 3D augmented reality stage.
Both teams look like they're lining something up.
Electric Knights lining up. They trigger their code and the robot enters the field of play. It's navigating its way around. Looks like they just narrowly miss it, but that's okay. The robot's going to make another trigger.
Red 2, the robot
Slowly
got
but
stuck
surely
on the
it's
field.
making its way. And that's 30 seconds. Teams have just a little bit of time. And just as red 1 triggers the hologram performer. Looks like the Electric Knights are getting another arm set up to complete another challenge here. Oh, they just narrowly missed the trigger, but that's all right. Looks like they might be trying again. Just a little bit of time here left. Teams can make one final move. Oh, and they just narrowly missed the trigger for the... And that's time. Great run by both teams here. Give them a round of applause.
All right, we're gonna get ready for practice round number 6.
Looks like we're introducing here on black 1, we got the robot Roscoe.
And on black 2, we have the composite cooperators.
Are our judges ready?
All right, teams, let's see a thumbs up. Are you guys ready to go? All right, then we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Looks like black 1 is lining up to get that camera pole. Looks like they managed to capture it and they head back to their safe zone.
Over here on Black 2, we have the robot getting reset, ready for another run. Pushing into the soundstage and getting that performer ready. And also setting the lights.
It's going to be a lot of points there on the soundstage on Black 2. Looks like Black 1's setting up with... Oh, and they got all the orange minifigurines ready to push into their zones.
Black 2 is making sure that the robot is set up precisely for this next run.
Looks like Black 1 is able to navigate those minifigurines into the zone, and then... Oh, looks like they get caught up on the tower a little bit, but that's all right. Looks like they're going to have to grab it off the board. No worries, teams. This is a practice round, working out those kinks in the code. Looks like they're swapping their robot arm for something else to try another challenge on Black.
And then Black 2 is activating another challenge, getting some extra points. That one was the augmented reality statue.
Looks like Black 1 is getting their code just lined up properly so that way they can make sure that they get everything that they have. And their robot is off.
Seems like Black 2 has finished all of their code over here. They're just waiting.
Looks like Black 1 may have just gotten tripped up just a little bit on one of the tasks, but that's all right.
We have 1 minute remaining in this match.
Looks like our teams are just getting their robots ready for another challenge.
These practice rounds are a nice time to work out any extra differences and account for any differences between the board that they practice on at home.
Yes,
the ones here.
That is a key component of these practice rounds.
As you said earlier, a millimeter can mean that the entire mission is off.
Right.
And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match.
All right, looks like Black 1 is going to make another attempt at their last task here as we're finishing up. Looks like they're getting lined up to try it again. The robot is activated and it's off onto the board. It goes out and they activate the hologram performer on the soundstage. Good work, Black 1. Looks like we're coming down to the final seconds here. Looks like Black 1's going to make a quick arm adjustment here. And that's time. Good job to both teams. Congratulations, everyone. Good runs.
All right, we're over here on blue 1, getting ready for another practice match. Or blue 1 and 2.
Looks like we're over here ready for another practice match on the red board as well.
It'll be good.
Looks like we're going to be running boards simultaneously. Just got to make sure we're coordinated across. All right, our blue judges ready.
All right, we're going to start off this match over here on the blue table in 3, 2, 1, Lego.
All right, over here on the red
Both
board,
teams
are we
start.
ready to go?
Seems on blue 1 they were able to activate one of the challenges.
So it sounds like we're going to be counting both boards down at the same exact time now. Sounds good.
All right, seems like both tables are ready, so we're gonna get both of these matches started in 3, 2, 1, Lego.
Both red 1 and red 2 take off at the same time over here.
Over on the blue table, we have 2 successful challenges completed. We have the immersion experience and another challenge, spinning it to the blue, getting them some extra points.
Yes, over here on red, it looks like both teams just narrowly missed their triggers on the first pass, but that's all right, they're going to try it again.
Over here on blue 2, we had another attempt at scene change, almost getting it to change it over to the pink color.
Yeah, it looks over here on red 1, they went for the soundboard mixer, but they just narrowly missed the trigger for it. Looks like red 2 is reaching out to grab their robot. Both teams on red reaching out to grab their robots and reset.
Blue 1's getting their robot reset over here, getting it lined up.
Looks like both teams on red over here lining up. Oh, and red 1 just narrowly misses that camera pole.
Blue 2 goes for another attempt on a scene change and successfully changes it to pink.
Looks like red 2 is able to successfully get the chicken challenge.
Over here on blue 1, we had another attempt at a challenge, and we got the 3D movie.
Looks like over here on red 1, they made it into their second safe zone and are triggering new challenges. It looks like they get a specialist close to one of the regions that they're supposed to get into.
All right, both teams on the blue board are just making sure that their setups are very precise.
Oh, and we got the hologram over here on red 1 triggered. Looks like they're lining up. Both teams prepping. Both robots triggered and out onto their field of play.
Blue 2 goes for a run, and they successfully move the camera into position and pull that boat along.
It looks like red 2 is making a move across the board. Red 1's now entering the field of play, looking like they're going for the hologram stage once more.
And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match.
Looks like teams are going to have a few more opportunities here. Looks like red 1 is lining up.
It seems like blue 2 over here might be going for another scene change. That way they can match it. They can match up with the other team, so that way they're both on the on the orange scene.
Looks like red 1 moved one piece out, but it just narrowly missed his target zone. It looks like red 2 also just narrowly missed the target for the tower challenge. That's time. Congratulations to all teams. Well done.
Let's give a round of applause to both of these, to all 4 of these teams. We're ready for another practice match on the black tables over here. All right, make sure we have everything set up. Let's see a thumbs up from our refs and a thumbs up from our teams. Are we ready to start this match? See a thumbs up from all the teams. We ready to go? All right, we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego.
Over on black one, looks like they're lining up to get the camera pull. Well, then they managed to make contact with it and get it into its proper zone. Now they're heading back to home base.
Over here on black 2, we have the 3D cinema activated. Now they're going for a scene change, successfully changing it once and twice.
This can be a lot of points getting into that orange scene change there on black 2.
Well, absolutely.
So black one's lining up for a precision challenge here. Oh,
Black 2 is going across the board into their other home zone to pass it off to their teammates.
Looks like black one accidentally knocked over one of the tasks on the field, but that's all right.
Now black 2 has successfully gone over, and now they're doing an attachment swap.
Attachment swaps are key to this challenge, as there are many different things to have to accomplish.
It's very important. It's all about how a team can, how fast a team can swap it out, and how effective that attachment is on the board.
Yes. Looks like black one's going for another try at the soundbar challenge. Looks like they just narrowly miss it, but that's all right.
Black 2 activates the hologram performer, comes back to the home zone, and then they reset for another challenge.
Looks like black one has to pull theirs back into the safe zone. Looks like they're gonna try another challenge.
Black 2
looks like they go for a quick arm change.
Black 2 comes back over to the other home zone, passing it off to the other two teammates.
Ooh, looks like black one loads up all the orange minifigurines to take them across the field. Looks like they unload all their minifigurines in the middle of the field now. Now looks like they just narrowly navigate around all the minifigurines, leaving them in their place. Oh, looks like they're going for the tower challenge. Looks like they just narrowly missed the trigger for it, but that's all right.
That's our cue for 30 seconds left in this match.
Looks like over here on black one, they have to pull the robot off the field. Looks like a wheelmate popped off.
Black 2 successfully activates the immersion experience, netting them some extra points.
Yes. Big celebration over here at black 2.
They come to the home zone and get ready for another run. But that's the end of our match. Let's give a round of applause to these two teams. All right, we're gonna get ready for another practice match. This time we have two simultaneous matches going on again. We have over here on the blue board.
And we have over here on the red board. Are our red judges ready? Red team's ready.
All right, blue judges, are you ready? All right, blue teams, are you ready? All right, we'll start off.
Just getting some final checks
We're
here.
Just making sure everything's in place. All right, now we're ready to go. We'll start off this match in 3, 2, 1. Lego.
All right, both red teams out onto the board here. Oh, it looks like red 1 goes for the craft challenge.
Over here on blue 2, they're going. It seems like they have a cassette of full of the orange minifigures, dropping them off in each zone.
Sounds interesting. Over here on red 1, we got the mini stage triggered with the hologram, and we almost got the soundbar triggered on red 2 over here. Looks like they're gonna try it.
Blue 2 just went through and dropped off 3 minifigures in 3 different zones. Pretty impressive.
Wow, looks like red 1 just got the light bar challenge complete, and now they're popping out their arm. Over on red 2, they're navigating around the field successfully.
Blue 1 makes their way across the board, handing them off to their
Oh,
other
and red-
teammates.
And red 2 gets the augmented reality challenge.
Over here on blue 2, we had the craft machine opened and pushed forward. And on blue 1, they're dropping off the audience members at different stations as well.
Oh, it looks like red 1, they get the tower challenge up into the yellow zone. That's gonna be some good points.
And over here on blue 2, we activated the hologram performer. Now they're going for another run, pushing off the expert.
Looks like red 1, they go for the challenge again, lift it just a little bit higher, closer to the blue zone, which is the maximum points. And red 2 gets the craft creator.
On blue 2, they're handing it off to the other home zone again. They dropped off 2 more audience members.
Looks like red 1 is getting one of their minifigurines set up. And red 2 is going for the sound change, it looks like. And they get the hologram performer.
Over on blue 2, seems like we're getting ready to drop off the masterpiece. And on blue 1, they're just taking time, making sure that everything's precise and set up for their next run.
Over here on red 2, we also have the masterpiece, and we get one of the specialists over into the museum. And that's the 30-second timer. Teams have just a little bit of time to get any extra points.
And at that 30-second mark, we had blue 2 dropping off the masterpiece and almost activating that immersive experience.
And we also have red 2 just drop off their masterpiece, and red 1 triggers the augmented reality challenge.
Blue 2 over here went for a scene change and changed it to orange.
Looks like both teams are lining up for their final challenge here as seconds are winding down. Oh, and they triggered the 3D sound stage.
And that's the end of our match. Let's give it a round of applause for these teams.
And they trigger the augmented reality statue. Oh, but it looks like they flip it back down. All right, looks like they may have another chance at it.
Legoverse over on Red 1 is getting ready to go for another run.
Looks like Superstition Cruisers on Red 2 are lining up to do another challenge once more.
Looks like they're going for the audio mixer, and they successfully push up one of those.
Superstition Cruisers come back, and they trigger that augmented reality statue successfully.
Looks like Legoverse went for audio mixer again, and now they're lining up for another challenge.
All right, looks like over on Red 2, Superstition Cruisers lining up again.
Now over on Red 1, it looks like Legoverse is going for a different challenge. They're going for...
Oh, and Red 2, Superstition Cruisers trigger the color tower on Orange, which is the maximum points.
Legoverse was going for the immersive experience, barely missing it, but we can always go for another run.
Looks like Red 1 might be lining up for that 3D cinema. One trigger of this, that's some big points.
Looks like Legoverse is selecting another program.
Oh, looks like
Now they go in and activate the 3D cinema.
Looks like Red 2 just narrowly missed the trigger for a 3D cinema, but looks like they're lining up to try it once more.
Legoverse is adding a different attachment, a little basket to hold the audience members.
All right, looks like Red 2 successfully triggers. Superstition Cruisers get the 3D cinema.
Legoverse is pushing the audience across the board and get it into the second home zone, passing it off to their teammates where they can get ready for another run.
All right, looks like Superstition Cruisers might have to re-trigger the 3D cinema to get it fully across the line and get the points.
Legoverse is getting ready for another run, and that's our time for 30 seconds remaining in the match.
And it looks like they successfully get the 3D cinema for the Superstition Cruisers.
Legoverse goes for the hologram performer and almost gets it.
Looks like Red 2 is going to be holding off for the rest of this challenge, but that's great. Looks like they got plenty of points on that board.
On Red 1, they're resetting, going for another run. Hopefully they can get that hologram performer with only a few seconds left in the match. Narrowly getting it, but coming back into the home zone. And that's the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause. Woo. All right, we're getting ready for the second official round over on the blue tables. On blue 1, we have the circus balloons.
At blue 2, we have the lug nuts.
All right, can we get teams and refs thumbs up so that we can get this round started? All right, so we're gonna start this round in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
The lug nuts have built a giant contraption.
Circus balloons off to a good start, almost activating the 3D cinema. Now getting lined up to go for another run.
The lug nuts are switching their attachments.
Making sure it's all about precision here in these official rounds. Every point counts. Circus balloons are going off, trying to activate that 3D cinema again.
The lug
Almost
nuts are
getting it.
pushing, and they succeeded in pushing the orange minifigures.
Both teams lining up, getting ready to go across the board. Lug nuts seem to be going for the camera, pulling it across. And they were able to get a specialist into the second home zone and pass the robot off to their other teammates. Circus balloons are getting their robot set up, ready to go.
The lug nuts look like they're about to push the camera, and they succeed.
Getting that dolly all the way across the track and net them some nice points. Circus balloons are getting their robot set up on their jig, making sure that it is precise as possible so that way this program can net them the most amount of points. With under a minute left in this match, both teams are setting up their programs. Circus balloons almost get the 3D cinema again.
The Lugnuts just got the lights.
They were also able to trigger that hologram performer. That'll net them some nice points as well. And now they're getting ready to push the masterpiece and some audience members. And that's 30 seconds remaining in this match as the teams get their last program set up.
The Lugnuts push their creation.
They're able to get that creation and the curator and an audience member into that into the museum. They did have some nice points as well. And that's the end of this match. Let's give these teams a round of applause. All right, we're getting ready for our third official round of the day. We're over here on the blackboards.
At Black 1, we have the Technic Titans.
And over on Black 2, we have the Electric Knights. All right, let's get some thumbs ups from our teams and refs so we can start this match. All right, with both teams ready, we're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego! The Electric Knights grab the camera, move it across, and get some nice points.
The Technic Titans push the craft.
Almost activating that lever to release the dolly.
The Technic Titans are readjusting their attachments.
Now on Black 2, they just got their robot adjusted. Now they're heading across the board. Looks like they're going for a scene change, and they get that once onto pink. And twice onto orange. Now they go and activate the 3D cinema. And they're able to activate the augmented reality. They come back to the home zone to reset.
The Technic Titans seem like having technical issues.
Electric Knights go and successfully activate the augmented reality statue. And now they're in the second home zone, passing off the robot to their other teammates. Both teams seem to be doing attachment swaps so that way they can go for their next set of programs.
Precision is key.
It really is. A millimeter can mean an inch in the end. The Electric Knights go
Technic
for the
Titans
craft
just got the
machine.
lights.
Almost flip up the craft machine.
Technic Titans are setting up.
Almost go for the augmented reality artist. And now we have 30 seconds left in this match.
The Technic Titans switched over to the other safe zone.
The Electric Knights are able to turn around the hologram performer and activate the lights.
Technic Titans are readjusting their attachment.
The Electric Knights almost get the camera to move down the track, but that is time. Let's give both these teams a round of applause. right, we're gonna get ready to start off the official match number 4. Over on Red 1, we have the GCS Greenfield team.
And over on Red 2, we have the Fremont Falcon.
All right, can we get a thumbs up from our refs and our team so we're ready to go? All right, seems like both teams are ready. So we're gonna start off this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Fremont Falcons make it start. Looks like they're moving their masterpiece
Greenfield
out
seems to be
onto-
making their way down the board, using that cassette full of audience members, dropping them off at each of their desired locations.
Looks like Fremont Falcons had to make a quick grab off the board.
They've dropped off 3 audience members already. Make that 4, making their way down the field.
Audience members will come in handy later on.
Those are some nice extra points.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons move their masterpiece onto the board.
Greenfield has passed off their robot to the other home zone so that way their team can get ready for another run.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons are lining up again once more to try another challenge.
Looks like Greenfield's pushed in the craft machine and opened it up. Now they're getting ready for another run.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons are lining up their code for another round.
Looks like Greenfield was able to activate their reality artist to the virtual reality artist.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons may have lost connection.
And Greenfield is also able to activate the dolly, pushing it down the tracks. Both teams taking their time, making sure to set up the robots correctly.
Fremont Falcons making sure that they are fully inside that safe zone. Looks like they're out onto the playing field once more.
Greenfield has dropped off a couple audience members and a specialist, and also moved the boat across.
And the Fremont Falcons are able to get it across to the next safe zone so that they can line it up for another round.
Greenfield seems to be getting their masterpiece trophy ready to push across the board.
Looks like the Falcons are lining up to try it on the other end of the board this time.
Red One's going over across the board to drop off that masterpiece trophy along with the museum curator, and that's 30 seconds left in the match.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons are lining up another one of their codes right now.
Greenfield was almost able to pull off the immersive
Close
experience. Now it seems like Red One's getting ready to go for their final run of the match.
Looks like the Falcons, 3 seconds remaining, 2, 1, and that'll do it. Good job, everybody. Let's give everybody a round of applause over here on Red Team. All right, guys, we're ready to kick off official match number 5 on the blue team.
On blue 1, we have the composite cooperator.
And over on blue 2, we got the Scorpion Slayers. Judges and teams, can we get thumbs up so we can get ready to start? So I'm seeing thumbs up from everybody. We're gonna count down here. 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Blue 1 seems to have gotten the creative crafter.
Looks like blue 2 is lining up the robot very precisely just so that way they can get it just right. This competition is a game of precision.
They just got the performer, and it looks like they got the light as well.
Looks like the Scorpions are getting out of their start zone right now.
Looks like they're changing their attachments to set up for more missions.
Looks like the Scorpion Slayers running a code right now. Looks like they're trying to stop it and get set up for another challenge.
Looks like they almost got the augmented reality.
Seems to be doing a victory dance over on Blue 2 over here. Seems like they're lining up the robot and trying another code here. Selecting which codes to use currently. Looks like they're getting ready to trigger.
Looks like Blue 2 is having some technical problems.
That's all right though. This is a best of 3 on the matches for the qualifiers here. And that's a 30-second timer here. We're gonna try and get in some last few points here. It's like the Scorpion Slayers are lining up their robot once more. Maybe try another run here. And that is time. Let's give a hand to both of these teams here.
All right, looks like we're getting ready for official match number 6 on the blackboards.
On black 1, we have the Crypto Coders.
And on black 2, we have the Master Builders. All right, can we get a thumbs up from refs and teams? All right, we're gonna get ready to start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Looks like the Crypto Coders are going for the 3D cinema.
Master Builders making their way and activating the augmented reality. Now coming back to their home zone. Now they can get ready for another run.
The Crypto Coders seem to be changing their attachment.
That's quite a setup that the Master Builders seem to have there. It makes it useful for lining up that robot. Master Builders coming down to the other home zone. Actually, no, wiping the camera across the field and getting that into the extra zone, getting them some extra points.
The Crypto Coders have missed the augmented reality stage.
Now the Master Builders are back in the home zone, ready for some more runs to get some extra points.
Looks like the Crypto Coders have switched home zones. Looks like the Crypto Coders
Over on black 1, it seems to be doing an attachment swap. Going for a new challenge and pushing in that bar to unlock the crafting machine. Now they're getting ready for another run. Now going across the board, almost pushing in the reality, the hologram performer. They seem to be going for a second attempt.
and they get it.
Now they're back to the home zone, ready to go for another run. And that's 30 seconds left in our match.
They're adding an attachment. Go for another mission.
Seems like they're putting their masterpiece inside of their robot. They might push that into the museum. They're gonna push that across the board. And that is the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, we're gonna get started with official match number 7 over on the red board. With red 1, we got the Lego Nerds.
And over on red 2, we have 404, team name not found.
Can we get a thumbs up from the referees and both teams to let us know that we can get started here? Looks like we got thumbs up all around. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Looks like the Lego Nerds go out. Make an attempt for the hologram.
Seems like red 2 and goes and activates the performer along with triggering the lights.
Looks like red 1 is getting their robot lined up just precisely for these challenges.
And red 2 is setting up their robot with an attachment.
Oh, they managed to move the hologram just barely on red 1. Have to get a little bit more to get those points.
Red 2 is making their way across the board. Seems like they're going for the augmented reality statue. Almost get that.
Looks like red 1 is lining up once more with a new attachment on, and they just get that hologram statue on there for the soundstage.
Red 2 hands the robot off to the other home zone for their other teammates. Seem to be doing an attachment swap.
Looks like red 1 is going to be moving their masterpiece across the board here.
Red 2 is getting the robot set up, making sure that it's precise for this next run.
Looks like red 1 manages to get their masterpiece into the museum curation zone.
Red 2 is making their way across and successfully change the scene to orange.
Red 1 manages to get an attachment swap here. They're going back out for the craft creation. Looks like they trigger it.
Red 2 is doing another attachment swap.
Attachment swaps have been the biggest thing that has made a difference in this challenge.
It really does seem like that. All these challenges are so different. It seems like you need a new attachment for every one.
Exactly. Looks like red 1 is starting in their other home zone right now.
Red 2 almost activates the 3D cinema. Seems like they're going for another run and get it.
Looks like red 1 might also be going for the 3D cinema as well. They're lining up in their other home zone. 3D cinema has been a popular challenge in this competition.
Does seem. Red 2 changed attachments again. Now they're getting ready for another run.
Right as Red 1 triggers a 3D cinema. This can be some good points, and they're getting another attachment set up.
And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in this match.
Looks like Red 1 is getting their code lined up here.
Red 2 is able to pull their camera across the board and put it into the zone, getting them some extra points.
Oh, it looks like Red 1 just narrowly misses the immersive experience.
Red 2 is back in their home zone. It seems like they've gone through all their programs, getting them some really nice points.
It looks like Red 1 is lining up once more to try their code. We're down to 2, 1. That is time.
That's the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, looks like we're getting ready for another match here at the blue table.
Blue 1, we have Robotic Renegades.
And at blue 2, we have the debuggers. Can we get a thumbs up from both the referees and both teams here, and we can get started on this match? All right, looks like we have thumbs up all around. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Looks like blue 2 triggers the craft creation and the holographic performer.
Renegades are pushing in the craft creator and the hologram performer.
All right, looks like over on blue 2 here, they're lining up again and changing out their attachments.
Blue 1 is going back to the home zone for another run.
Oh, looks like blue 2 manages to get their craft creation across the board.
Blue 1 is going to the other home zone.
All right, blue 2's over here getting set up for another challenge here.
Blue 1 are changing their oh, my bad. They are going for another mission.
It looks like blue 2 goes. Oh, they get the first color tower, and they get the second color tower.
Blue 1 did the 3D cinema.
It appears to be that blue 2 is using a color changer for their code, which is a very interesting choice. Great use of creativity, though.
Blue 1 is changing their attachment.
All right, looks like they're doing a swap out with some team members here, and they get all of those minifigurines onto the board.
Blue 2's going for a run on the camera and barely misses it.
All right, looks like they triggered a 3D cinema over here on blue 2. That's gonna be some good points. Looks like they're getting set up here.
Blue 1 went for another run and accidentally bumped into the camera and flung it.
Looks like blue 2 is lining up to get theirs across the board right here. High fives all around over here on blue 2. Sounds like we started a cheer over on blue 1. Love to see that teamwork, guys. And that triggers our 30-second countdown. Teams have just a little bit more time to get triggered. Looks like they have the immersive experience over on blue 2.
At Blue 1, they're re-adding an attachment.
Getting some celebratory over here on blue 2.
At Blue 1, they went for the camera again and barely missed it.
Looks like over here on blue 2, they're just gonna check their code really quick and configure the robot. And that is time. Let's give these teams a round of applause. All right, looks like we're gonna get started on match number 9 on the black table.
Black 1, we have Robo Roscoe's.
And over on black 2, we have the Bologna Lego Legends. Can we get a thumbs up from both our referees and both teams here, and we can get started on this match? All right, looks like thumbs up all around. So we're gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Both teams off the starting line here. Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends make an attempt for the 3D cinema.
The Robo Roscoe's went for the camera and barely missed it.
Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends here, trying again for that 3D cinema.
The Robo Roscoe's are changing their attachment.
On Bologna Lego Legends just narrowly miss it, but that's all right. They can have another attempt.
The Robo Roscoe's looks like they're about to push some of the orange minifigures.
Looks like they just narrowly missed the trigger for the 3D cinema with the Bologna Lego Legends here. Those minifigurines have been the difference maker in a lot of these challenges.
The Robo Roscoe's are letting
and
the
they triggered a 3D cinema for the Bologna Lego Legends.
The Robo Roscoe's got all of their orange minifigures into one of the zones and got their robot to the other home area.
Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends are lining up another code here. Looks like they're doing a hot swap of their arm over on Black 1, which is the Robo Roscoe's. Looks like both teams are lining up their robots to go out back onto the field. Looks like they just narrowly missed the trigger over with the Robo Roscoe's. Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends make an attempt to pull the camera and they just narrowly miss it. Looks like they're lining up their robot here with the Bologna Lego Legends. Both teams lining up their robots very precisely. Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends just narrowly missed that camera trigger yet again.
The Robo Roscoe's got the hologram.
All right, both teams lining up here. Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends go for that camera trigger yet again, but they just narrowly miss. And that is a 30-second countdown. Both teams have just enough time to get those last few points in. Looks like the Robo Roscoe's are navigating around the field here. Oh, looks like they just narrowly missed that augmented reality trigger and get caught up. Both teams, clock's winding down here. We got 9 seconds. Coming down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is time. Let's give both teams a round of applause here. Good job, guys.
All right, we're gonna get ready for match number 10. Over on Red 1, we have the #1 Chaos Creators.
And over on Red 2, we have the Edison Robotic Eagles.
All right, can we get a thumbs up from our refs and our teams? All right, we're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1,
Lego!
The Chaos creators seem to go in and activate the craft creator.
It looks like
Back
the
to
Edison
home zone.
Robotic Eagles get that 3D cinema triggered.
Chaos creators are swapping for their attachments right now.
Looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles are lining up their code for another round.
Chaos creators are taking their time, making sure this is precise, moving across the board, and picking up one of the specialists.
All right, looks like Edison Robotic Eagles are back out on the board. They go for the camera trigger, and they just narrowly miss it. That's all right.
Chaos creators are swapping attachments, putting their audience members in there and setting it up for a run across the board.
Looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles try again for that camera trigger. Oh, they just narrowly miss it.
Chaos
That's all
creators
right.
drop off their audience members and set up for another run.
Both these teams seem to be very focused on lining up their robots very precisely. Looks like Edison Robotic Eagles swapping out their arm here to try out another challenge. Both teams swapping out their arms now here. Looks like
Chaos creators are making sure that everything's in order, getting ready for another run.
Looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles line up to get that immersive experience. And they get it triggered.
The Chaos creators move their audience members more into the zone.
Looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles heading back to home base. They get tripped up on the camera a little bit, but that's all right.
Now the Chaos creators drop off more of their audience members.
Looks like they spend one of their tokens to pick up the robot off the board.
Drop those off right by the 3D cinema.
It looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles are lining up. Looks like they're going to send it across to another home zone, it sounds like.
All right, Chaos creators go for a scene change.
Right
Almost
as
get
the
it.
30-second timer hits.
Chaos creators grab their robot, get ready for another run.
Looks like the Edison Robotic Eagles are making their way across the board, but they get tripped up on that camera.
Both teams are getting their final run set up for this match.
Looks like they pick up their robot off the board and spend another token, but that's all right, because it looks like they're going to get lined up for one more challenge with 10 seconds left.
Chaos creators lining up their robot for one last run.
3, 2, 1, and that is time.
All right, let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, getting set up for match number 11 here. Over on the blue board, we have the Malkbots. Can we get a thumbs up from the referees and the Malkbots? And we'll get this match started here. All right, looks like we got thumbs up all around. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Malkbots make their way over to the 3D cinema, it looks like. Just narrowly missing the trigger, but that's all right. They can get set up one more time. Trigger their code, the robot is off. Looks like it just narrowly missed that trigger. Looks like they're lining it up one more time to give it another shot. Malkbots just narrowly missed that trigger, just by a small margin here.
Looks like they're changing the... No, they're going for another run.
Looks like they hit that trigger this time, but it looks like they're gonna give it one more try just to get it fully across that line and make sure they secure those points. And it looks like they get it fully triggered. Nice job, Malkbots. Looks like they're going for an arm swap here.
Precision is key.
Loving the color choice on the robot here, Mouthbots. Looks like they're getting their arm set up here. Looks like they have a really nice hot swap system. Looks like they're communicating which arm they need to get across the board here. Looks like they're lining up one of their audience members to get across the board. And they get it in.
Looks like they're changing their attachments again to get that really long arm.
Just under a minute here. Looks like they're getting their robot set up. Looks like they have a powered arm here that they just got plugged in.
Looks like they're sending it over to the other side.
Selecting their code here. And that's 30 seconds, just as they narrowly miss the camera trigger, and they spend a token to get their robot back into the safe zone. Looks like they're getting their arm swapped out here and ready to get over to the other side of the board here. Got their new arm on with 10 seconds remaining. Robot sending over to the other side here. 3, 2, 1, and that is time. Well done, Mouthbots. Can we give them a round of applause?
All right, we're kicking off match number 12. Over here on the black table, we have Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club. All right, can we get a thumbs up from the team? All right, we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1. Lego!
Looks like they're getting their robot set up here in the start zone. Looks like
Skyline
they're
Ranch
moving
running
their
over with
creation.
running over with their masterpiece trophy and dropping it into the center. Coming back to the home zone and getting ready for another run.
Looks like they're lining up here. Looks like the team is getting lined up here to start another challenge off.
They're moving across the board. Going to the center, almost triggering the light show, and coming back to home.
Looks like
Just
they-
taking their time, making sure that that robot is set up and precise for their next run.
They got their jig lined up nice and good in the corner here. And the robot is off.
Run back to the center, almost triggered a light show.
Just narrowly missing that trigger for the light show.
Going back to the home zone, they're gonna go for another attempt.
Looks like they're getting their jig lined up once more for another challenge here.
Taking their time, making sure this is perfectly lined up.
As we said before, this is a game of precision.
Absolutely.
And the robot is off the starting line. Goes out into the zone, just narrowly missing that immersive experience trigger.
After a sign for 30 seconds left in the match.
Looks like they're gonna get lined up for one more challenge here.
Making sure to take their time.
This is a best of 3 matchup here, so you can always work out the kinks later on if there are any. Looks like they're going for the light show.
Almost getting light show,
Just
coming back to
narrowly
the center.
missing.
And that is the end of our match. Let's give them a round of applause.
Well done, team. All right, looks like we're gonna get started here on match number 14. On the blue table in blue 1, we have the Garden Gnome.
All right, can we get a thumbs up from our teams? All right, we'll get this match started in 3, 2, 1. Lego!
Garden Gnomes get off the starting line here with their creation.
Seem to be going to drop off the masterpiece in the center. Barely getting it in there.
But they're lining up precisely here. Looks like they might be going for the light tower.
Well, they go and they successfully drop off their masterpiece in the museum.
Well done. Garden Gnomes navigate carefully around the course to ensure they don't knock into anything. And they get the immersive experience triggered.
Now it seems as though they're making their way back to a home zone.
Navigating carefully around this course.
That's a successful pass off of the robot to the other teammates. Seems like they're using the jig to set up that robot as well. Precision is key.
And they are also swapping off arms here, it looks like.
A very efficient pit stop, one may say. That only took a couple seconds to change off the entire front end.
Looks like they're lining up to get the camera pole. Looks like they pulled it successfully.
And they successfully drop it off in that zone, netting them some extra points as well.
Yes. Great bonus points there by the Garden Gnomes.
And that's another attachment swap. This team has a very clever use of those attachments on the front, just having sliding plates.
Looks like they're going for the sound bar. Looks like they just get one triggered.
Coming back to the home zone, doing yet another attachment swap.
Plenty of interesting attachments here, but they all seem to serve a great purpose as they pick up those audience members to drop off along the board.
Now they're going for yet another run.
Getting lined up carefully here, carrying those audience members to their respective zone.
Dropping them off. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match.
It's like they just navigate carefully around those audience members.
Seems as though they have a small hiccup around the light show in the center.
Looks like they may have just gotten caught up on one tiny piece. That's all right.
Only a few seconds left in the match.
5 seconds remaining here. 3, 2, 1, and that is time. Well done, Garden Gnomes. Can we give them a round of applause?
All right, we're going to kick off round 15, which is the final round in the first qualifying matches. And on the black table, black 1, we have Kingdom of Space Tigers.
On black 2, we have Eagletron.
All right, let's get a thumbs up from our teams and our refs. All right, seems like we're ready to go, so we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Space Tigers seem to be getting off to a good start, doing the scene change. Hitting down that flag and getting them some nice points.
Eagletron gets the 3D cinema.
Space Tigers seem to be going for it again. Hitting scene change. Not quite getting it flipped over to pink.
Eagletron got the color switch.
Space Tigers moving back to the home zone. Getting ready for another run.
Eagletron switched their home zones.
And Space Tigers go for the scene change, successfully get it changed to pink.
Eagletron is lining up to hit a new mission.
Seems like Space Tigers is setting up for the 3D cinema and successfully activating that. Now they're taking their time doing an attachment swap, getting the robot lined up for this next run.
Eagletron got the hologram performer.
Now Space Tigers making their way across.
Eagletron switched their home zones.
Almost completing the camera challenge. Space Tigers is lining up the robot again, making sure it's precise and lined up.
Eagletron is switching their attachments.
Make their way, pull the camera from the movie set and put it into the zone, getting them some extra points. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in this match. Space Tigers putting another attachment on. Locking that attachment into place over there at the Space Tigers. And that signals the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, getting ready to kick off match number 16 on the red board. With red 1, we have the Debuggers.
And over on red 2, we have the Technic Titans.
Are the referees and teams ready? Thumbs up all around. Looks like everyone's ready to go. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Looks like the Debuggers are off. Looks like they get the craft creation and the hologram triggered.
Technic Titans open the crafting machine and slide it out, getting them some extra points.
Looks like the Debuggers are getting lined up here with their masterpiece.
Technic Titans pushing that hologram performer, getting them some points, nice points as well. Now they're resetting in their home zone, going for another run.
Debuggers look like they go for their masterpiece. Looks like they get tripped up on one of the board pieces, but that's all right.
Technic Titans set the lights for the hologram performer, and now they're getting ready for another run, taking off an attachment.
Debuggers using an interesting method of color swapping to trigger their code here.
Technic Titans making sure that their next run is precise, getting it over to the second home zone, moving their robot over to their other teammates.
Debuggers just narrowly missing the theater scene change trigger, but that's all right. They go back to their home zone to give it another shot.
Technic Titans setting up for another run. Getting their attachments set up in place.
Looks like the Debuggers are out, and they successfully land all of their audience members in a zone. Need some big points later on down the line.
Technic Titans seem to also be setting up their audience members and putting the Masterpiece Trophy in place.
Just as the Debuggers triggered the 3D cinema.
And Technic Titans successfully put all their audience members, museum curator, and the Masterpiece into the museum.
Looks like the Debuggers are lining up to get across the board once more and try out another home zone.
Now Technic Titans are back in the home zone, getting ready for another run.
Debuggers seem to be lined up here.
Right,
Right at the 30-second countdown. Here we are. It's the last chance for some teams to get some points here.
Technical Titans moving across the map.
Debuggers just narrowly missed that immersive experience trigger.
Almost getting immersive experience over here on the red 2 as well.
That has become a very popular item, as we have seen in other matches.
Indeed. Seems the Technical Titans got the 3D cinema. And
Just
that
as
is
time.
the end of the match.
Round of applause to these teams. All right, and it looks like we're going to get started on match number 17 here. On the blue table, we have the Robotic Renegades. Let's get a thumbs up from our referee and our team members here, and we'll get started. Looks like we got thumbs up all around here. We're going to get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Robotic Renegades off the starting line. Looks like they get that craft creation trigger.
They also get the hologram.
Looks like they're heading back to their home zone. One successful run there, 2 successful triggers by the Robotic Renegades. Robotic Renegades lining up. Looks like they may be going across the board to get to the other home zone here. And they successfully make it to the home zone. Now they're getting ready for another challenge lineup here. Loving the dance moves by the Robotic Renegades here. Getting ready, they trigger their code. Looks like they're lining up, just narrowly missing the 3D cinema trigger.
Looks like they're lining up to do it again.
Looks like they just narrowly missed, but that's all right. They're getting lined up here again. Looks like they just narrowly missed that trigger for the 3D cinema one more time. That's all right, though. Looks like they're going to try something different here. They're making a quick switch of their robot. Looks like they're getting the robot lined up once more. Looks like they're going to try another challenge. Seems to be lining up to get that camera trigger here. Looks like they got it hooked. And they got it pulled. That's going to be some good points. Okay. Looks like they're getting their robot reset here. We're approaching the 30-second mark here as they're swapping out their arm pieces. And that is a 30-second mark, just as they go for the 3D cinema yet again, just narrowly missing that trigger. Clock's ticking down here. We're approaching the 10-second mark here pretty shortly. Looks like they just narrowly missed that 3D cinema trigger yet again, but that's all right. Robotic Renegades here, run to the 10-second mark, approaching 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is time. Well done to the Robotic Renegades. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, and it seems like we're ready over here for match number 18.
At black one, we have Eagletron.
And over on black 2, we have the Garden Gnomes. All right, can we get a thumbs up from the teams and the refs? All right, we're gonna start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Eagletron goes for the 3D cinema and gets it.
Garden Gnomes making their way down the field with their Masterpiece Trophy. Almost dropping it off inside of the museum.
Eagletron gets the color change.
Garden Gnomes line up and get that trophy dropped inside the museum.
Eagletron switches their home
Now they go
zone.
over and activate and almost activate immersive experience. Now the Garden Gnomes make their way back home, using a jig to make sure that it's all lined up and sliding in a different attachment.
Take your time, friend.
Eagletron just got the hologram.
Resetting the robot, making sure this is all lined up. And now they set the code to go. Garden Gnomes grab the camera, move the boat, and drop the camera inside the zone, getting them some extra points.
Eagletron switches their home zones
You can grab it. You can grab it.
and their attachments.
You get 1 free one.
Garden Gnomes doing another attachment swap, getting ready for another run. We have less than a minute remaining in this match. Garden Gnomes seem to be going for the audio mixer, lifting up all the audio levels. And getting one of those activated, getting them some nice points. They come back to the home zone and get ready to reset. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in this match. Garden Gnomes are getting their different attachment on and setting up for another run.
Eagletron went for the camera and barely missed.
Garden Gnomes moving some audience members across the field, and successfully dropping some off.
We'll adjust that. We have to.
Now they
Eagletron
make their way
misses again with the camera.
Now Garden Gnomes make their way across the field. And that is the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
Attention teams. For those who made up their practice rounds during round 1, we will be we'll be making up your round 1 matches at the end of the day. We have matches 46, 47, and 48 scheduled for you at the end of the day. So we'll be filling in your rounds as round 2 and round 3 from now on. Okay?
All right, getting ready for match 19 over here on the red tables. In red 2, we have circus balloons. All right, let's get a thumbs up from the teams and the refs. So we're ready to go. All right, let's get this match started. In 3, 2, 1, Lego! Circus balloons have their robot moving across, almost activating the 3D experience, but coming back to the home zone so they can reset. Try again. Taking their time, making sure it's precise.
Circus balloons looks like they have a very fancy jig.
Must be very useful when it comes to resetting that robot. And it almost gets that 3D experience. Now they're lining up again. Taking their time, making sure it's right on point. Now they start their code, go across the field, and almost activate this and almost change the scene, almost do it twice. Now they make their way back to the home zone. And they reset their robot, placing that jig, make sure it's lined up. Now Circus Balloons is going across for another attempt on the scene change, almost getting it. Well, there's plenty of time left in this match still. It seems that when they were trying the scene change, the red flag went down on the side, so that'll be some extra points. Circus Balloons coming back to the home zone. And attacking for 30 seconds left in the match. Now they're making their way over to immersive experience. Almost getting that up. A slight code adjustment could get that up next time. And that's the end of the match. Let's give this team a round of applause. All right, getting ready for match 20 over here on the blue boards. On blue 1, we have the Master Builders.
And over on blue 2, we have the Lug Nuts.
All right, let's see some thumbs up from our teams and from our refs. Are we ready to start this match?
Looks ready to me.
All right, we're gonna start in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Both teams off the starting line here. Looks like Lug Nuts managed to get the sound bar up and also trigger the
Master
3D
Builders
cinema.
seem to be making a small attachment adjustment.
And same over here with the Lug Nuts. Both teams lining up precision. Looks like they've got their audience members over here on the Lug Nuts out onto the field here and into the zone.
Master Builders are lining up in their home zone, using a jig to make sure that it's perfect. Now they're out.
Jig over here with the Lug Nuts as well, getting lined up.
Master Builders making their way across the field, almost activating the augmented reality statue.
Looks like the Lug Nuts go out.
And they make their way back to the home zone for
Lug
another
Nuts
run.
managed to get both the camera pole and also release the dolly so that way they can get that camera all the way across the track later on.
Master Builder starting for another run.
Looks like the Lugnuts spend their free token to get their robot back into the home zone.
And Master Builder successfully opened up the augmented reality statue.
And it looks like the Lugnuts managed to get the camera all the way across the dolly. Both teams here, really good runs.
Absolutely, and it seems like they're taking their time, making sure that it's extra precise.
Yes, that is one of the key components to this competition with this many challenges.
Master Builder's pulling the camera along and putting it in the zone, getting some extra points.
And it looks like the Lugnuts managed to get the craft creation pushed out and the top pulled off.
And the Master Builders move the robot into the other home zone, transferring that robot over to the other team members. Now it seems like they're going for an attachment change, getting ready for their next line of code.
Looks like the Lugnuts go for, and they trigger the light switch and a hologram. Those are some big points.
Master Builder's lining it up. Looks like they're going for the 3D experience.
As we approach the 30-second mark, both teams.
And the Master Builders successfully activate that 3D cinema.
Looks like the Lugnuts are moving their masterpiece out onto the board, along with an audience member. And they successfully get it within the museum zone.
Looks like there's a curator in there too. That's some extra points.
Those are some big points in this competition. Coming down to 3, 2, 1. That is time.
Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, kicking off match number 21 over on the blackboard. In black 1, we have the Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club.
And over on black 2, we have Robo Roscoe's.
Just gonna get a quick thumbs up from our referees and our teams here before we start the match. Thumbs up, everybody. Seeing thumbs up, looks
Seems like
good.
they're ready for me.
All right, I think we're ready to get started here. We're gonna go in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Robo Roscoe's off to a good start, moving the camera.
Skyline off to a good start with their masterpiece, almost triggering the soundbar.
Robo Roscoe's resetting at home, taking off their attachment, going for another run.
Skyline looks like they're getting the jig set up so that they can get the robot line up properly.
Doing an attachment swap over here for Robo Roscoe's, getting that lined up and ready to go. Seems like they're getting ready to deliver some audience members.
Looking good over here. Looks like Skyline's getting lined up just precisely.
Robo Roscoe's making their way across the field and dropping off those audience members in the center.
Looks like Skyline is just now leaving their home zone here, making their way across the board.
And Robo Roscoe's have pushed their robot over to the other home zone, giving it to their other teammates.
And Skyline just narrowly missing the light tower.
Robo Roscoe's lining it up, counting those squares, making sure it's in the right position.
Lining up over here with the Skyline team as well. Both teams in absolute focus.
Robo Roscoe's going across and activating the hologram performer and coming back to the home zone for another run.
Looks like Skyline's making their way across the board here. Just narrowly missing that light tower once more. That's all right. Looks like they're going to get set back up again here for another run. Just under a minute.
Robo Roscoe's getting ready for their next run. Seems to be doing an attachment swap.
Both teams majorly focused on precision in this competition.
It seems as though they have a lever attachment on the Robo Roscoe's machine.
Interesting.
Now it's off, going across the board.
Well, looks like the Skyline team just narrowly misses that light show. Looks like they pulled one of the pieces off the board, but that's all right.
And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in this match. Gives our teams time for at least one more run, making sure that it's precise and ready to get those last points.
Both teams here.
Robo Roscoe's almost activating the augmented reality statue. Going back into home. Might be enough time for one last run.
Looks like Skyline's getting lined up for their final run here. Coming down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is time. Well done to both teams. All right, looks like we're gonna get started with match 22, excuse me, over on the red table.
At Red 1, we have the Crypto Coders.
And over at red 2, we have the Scorpion Slayers. All right, let's get a quick thumbs up from our referees, quick thumbs up from our teams. Looks good to me. I think we're gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
The Crypto Coders go for the 3D Cinema.
Looks like both teams getting off the starting line here. Looks like the Scorpion Slayers doing a dance in their home zone. Celebrate. Both robots are moving currently. Looks like the Scorpion Slayers are getting lined up. Looks like they may be going for that creation. Looks like the Crypto Coders spend another one of their tokens to get their board. And the Scorpion Slayers nearly get the craft creation. Looks like the Crypto Coders now in their second home base here. Looks like they get that craft creation pushed out, just as the Scorpion Slayers off the starting line over here. Oh, it looks like they managed to push the prop across the board over here with the Crypto Coders. Crypto Coders trigger the hologram. Looks like the Scorpion Slayers are off the starting line over there. Both teams resetting their code here as we're just under a minute. Lining up now, both teams getting their code ready. Both teams getting ready to run here. Both teams in their zones. It looks like the Crypto Coders swapping out an arm as we approach the 30-second mark. Scorpion Slayers looks like they triggered their code.
Looks like the Crypto Coders have missed their building project.
And now we're down to 3 seconds here. 2, 1, and that is time. Good job to both teams.
All right, getting ready for match number 23 on the blue boards. On blue 1, we have Legoverse.
On blue 2, we have Team 404, Name Not Found.
All right, let's see a thumbs up from our teams and from our refs. Getting ready to start this match. All right, they all look ready to me. You want to count us down?
3, 2, 1, Lego!
Yeah, Legoverse is off to a good start.
404
Activating the
gets,
3D cinema.
404 gets the hologram.
Seems like 404 also got those lights as well. Now Legoverse making their way across the field and activating the sound mixer, getting 2 of those switches up.
Team 404 is navigating the field.
Almost getting that AR statue. Legoverse now making their way. Seem to be going for the immersive experience. Almost getting it up. Four seems to be making an attachment change there too. What do you think that's for?
My best guess would be the color change.
Legoverse making an attachment change as well, putting some audience members in it. You're right, seems to be going for that scene change, almost getting it. Getting 1 scene change down, and that red flag down as well, getting them some extra points. Seems you were right on that call. Legoverse transferring the robot into the second home zone, dropping off those audience members as well. Now it's up to their teammates to set up that robot.
404 using their jig to line up the robot.
Seems like they're getting ready to go for the 3D experience, the 3D cinema there, and they got that. Legoverse pushing in the craft machine.
404 changed their attachment again.
Right now, Legoverse is getting ready to set up that robot for another mission. Team 404 pulling that camera.
30 seconds left.
Now Legoverse making their way down the field as well. Should be going for that hologram performer, almost getting it. A few seconds left in the match as teams get their final their final runs in. Legoverse going across, and almost getting that performer right before the clock. And that's the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right, we're gonna get started on match 24. Over on the black table, we have the Edison Robotic Eagles. Thumbs up from our referee. Thumbs up from our team. We're ready to get started in 3, 2, 1. Lego! Edison Robotic Eagles here. Lining up their robot, getting ready for that first challenge. Looks like the robot is off the starting line. Looks like he's going for the 3D cinema, just narrowly missing the trigger on it.
Looks like they're setting up to do it again.
Robotic Eagles in their home zone. Looks like they're lining up, going for another run, just narrowly missing that trigger.
Looks like they're changing their code.
Looks like they're swapping out their arm as well. Looks like they're going to be going for a new challenge, it looks like. Let's see where they take it. They're off and running. Looks like they just narrowly missed that trigger for the camera pole. Looks like they're getting lined up one more time here. Swapping out their arm. Gonna try something different here. Nice Robotic Eagles lining up in their home zone here. And they're off. Looks like they're heading down. Looks like they're approaching the immersive experience, just narrowly missing the trigger on it, but that's all right. Looks like the robot is heading back to the home zone now. Looks like it just got caught up on the camera jig in the middle of the court, and it looks like they're going to spend one of their tokens to get that robot right back into their home zone. Looks like they're getting their code lined up again here. Perhaps another run at that immersive experience trigger. And that is a 30-second mark.
Looks like the robot's going to the other side.
And gathered by the other team in the second home zone, lining up one more time.
Looks like they're going for the hologram.
Well done, Robotic Eagles. Got the robots finishing out his code here. Just as we call time. Well done, Robotic Eagles. Give them a round of applause. All right, coming up, we got match number 25 on the red table.
At red 1, we have Fremont Falcons.
And at red 2, we have the Superstition Cruisers. Thumbs up from our referees. Thumbs up from our teams. Looks good to me. I think we're going to get started here. 3, 2, 1, Lego! Both teams on the starting line here. Looks like they get the scene change for the Superstition Cruisers. Get it into the paint.
The Fremont Falcons got the hologram.
Superstition Cruisers lining up again. Gonna try that scene change one more time here. Looks like they get it into the orange. Oh, and they switch it right back to the blue. Both teams here lining up for their next challenge. In a game of precision like this, you gotta make sure that you're lined up because even the smallest millimeter can make a difference. And both teams are off the starting line.
The Fremont Falcons went for the 3D cinema and barely missed.
Looks like the Superstition Cruisers activate the immersive experience. That's gonna be some good points for them. Both teams lining up here, going for another run.
The Fremont Falcons got the 3D cinema.
Looks like the Superstition Cruisers are lining up, making sure to be as precise as possible. They're gonna go for the theater scene change. They get it once and just narrowly missed the second one, so now they're in the pink, which is the middle point value.
The Fremont Falcons barely missed the camera.
Looks like the Superstition Cruisers are getting loaded up with as many point value opportunities as they can. Both teams lining up here in their starting zones.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons are lining up for the color change.
Looks like Superstition Cruisers moved all their pieces into the center zone.
Fremont Falcons barely missed the color change.
Looks like the Superstition Cruisers spend a token and get their robot back to their home zone.
30 seconds left.
Superstition Cruisers make a quick hot swap of their attachments here. It looks like Fremont Falcons are doing the same.
The Fremont Falcons did get the red flag, but nothing else down on the color change.
Looks like Superstition Cruisers managed to get it across the board into their other home zone. Now they're lining up for another chance. But that is time. Well done to both of these teams. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. All right, we're gonna get set up for match number 26 here on the blue table. In blue one, we have the #1 Chaos Creators.
At blue 2, we have the Kingdom of Space Tigers.
Thumbs up from our referees. Thumbs up from our teams. Looks good to me. I think we're ready to get started. Count us down.
3, 2, 1,
Lego! Full teams out starting line here. Looks like Chaos Creators managed to trigger that craft creation.
Space Tigers went for the color change and got the flag down.
Looks like Chaos Creators spent a token here to get their robot back to their zone and do a quick arm swap.
Kingdom of Space Tigers went for the color change again, but missed.
Full teams are lining up here. Looks like #1 Chaos Creators managed to get one of the experts into a zone.
Kingdom of Space Tigers barely missed.
Looks like the Chaos Creators managed to get their robot all the way across the board here. As they're hot swapping their arm here.
Kingdom of Space Tigers got the 3D cinema.
Looks like the Chaos Creators are lining up here in the second home zone. Gonna try challenges out on the other side of the board.
Looks like Kingdom of Space Tigers did the same thing.
Oh, looks like the Chaos Creators just narrowly missed that 3D cinema. It looks like they're gonna try it again. Just narrowly missed it one more time.
Kingdom of Space Tigers was so close in getting the color change.
Looks like they trigger Chaos Creators the 3D cinema and get that bonus. Good communication between the Chaos Creators over here. Looks like they're gonna set up their masterpiece and get that out on the board.
Kingdom of Space Tigers did an attachment change and now is launching the robot at the camera. And they get it.
Well done. All right, Chaos Creators lining up with their masterpiece, and it looks like an expert and an audience member as well. That'll be some good points if they can get that to their zone.
Kingdom of Space Tigers is having an attachment change.
Right as we hit the 30-second mark here, looks like the Chaos Creators managed to get their stuff out onto the board here as they load up the rest of their audience members to transport. Both teams lining up carefully here. Both teams out on the board.
Kingdom of Space Tigers got a little stuck up on the 3D cinema.
And it looks like the audience members are in for the Chaos Creators as they move more audience members. And that is time. Chaos Creators narrowly get in more audience members just as the buzzer rings. Well done to both teams.
Do you want me to take over for you? Or? All right, over for here, match 27 on the blackboards. Over on black 1, we have the Malkbots. All right, let's get a thumbs up from our teams and from our ref. Are we ready to start this?
They look ready to start to me.
All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Cross off the starting line, go for the 3D cinema.
Almost getting it. We can reset and go for try again.
Slight adjustment to their robot positioning on the starting line. Looks like they just narrowly missed that 3D cinema.
Making their way across. Going down, nearly getting it. I think one more run and it could go down.
One more run could push it over the edge here.
Oh, there we are.
Push it a little bit more.
I think that 3D cinema is all the way down. That's some nice points for them right there.
Looks like they just narrowly missed it. Looks like they just narrowly got it again. Looks like they're gonna do a
going
quick
for-
arm change here, go for another challenge.
Now it seems like they're doing an attachment swap. Putting on a new motor.
Secondary electronics can make a difference as it allows for more flexibility.
It is a very unique attachment. I don't think we've seen an attachment yet that does use another motor.
Let's see which challenge they're gonna use it for here. It looks like we're just under a minute now.
They're plugging it in, getting it set up. It looks like they're using it to move across their masterpiece creation.
Masterpiece would be some good points. Clock ticking down here. Looks like they're checking out their notes really quickly.
They're moving their way across the board.
Looks,
Almost dropped it off. That's our 30-second time warning.
looks like something came unplugged during the challenge, so they're gonna try it one more time.
All right,
Get
let's
that
see.
masterpiece in there.
Turning across, moving across the board, turning in, and releasing that trophy into the museum.
And it looks like they got those bonus points for the masterpiece.
Those are some nice points.
Well done, Malkbots.
Now they're back to the home zone doing another attachment change.
And that is time. Well done. Let's give this team a round of applause. All right, everybody. Quick announcement. This will be the last match before lunch. Teams with matches after this, please return after around 12 o'clock so that way we can resume after our lunch break. 1 o'clock. Apologies. It is already after 12. Matches will start at 1.
All right, seems like we're gonna get this last match done before lunch. This is match 28. On red one, we have the Bologna Lego Legends. All right, let's get a thumbs up from our teams. Ready to start?
Look ready to me.
All right, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Bologna Lego Legends out the starting line here.
Moving across the board. Seem to be going for immersive experience.
Looks like they just narrowly missed that trigger. Looks like they get caught on the light tower a little bit here, but that's all right.
Making their way back.
No worries, they'll use their extra bonus piece to get that robot back into the home zone and try again.
Lining the robot up in that home zone, getting it ready for the 3D cinema.
Looks like they just nearly missed that trigger for the 3D cinema.
Lining it back up in the home zone, getting it ready for another run.
So they're getting their code set up here. Just narrowly missing that 3D cinema.
Coming back to the home zone though, so it's no sweat to reset. Moving it down, narrowly getting that 3D cinema.
Approaching the 1 minute mark here. So close to getting that 3D cinema bonus. Looks like they're gonna try it again.
And they get that 3D cinema activated and some nice points.
Very good. It's like the Bologna Lego Legends.
All right, seems like the teams are taking their time, maybe debating going after another run.
Looks like they may be holding back until the clock ticks down.
That's a sign for 30 seconds left.
Looks like the Bologna Lego Legends are going to wait out the clock here.
And that is the end of our match. Let's give this team a round of applause. All
Well
right,
done to all the teams. We'll see you guys after lunch.
Yep, as a reminder, we will be resuming matches at 1 o'clock. So if your match is at 1 o'clock, please show up around 5 minutes early. All right, thank you guys. Have a good lunch.
All right, everybody, welcome back after lunchtime. We're getting restarted with these matches here to finish out round 2 before heading into round 3. Up now at the blue table, on blue 1, we have GCS Greenfield.
At blue 2, we have Composite Cooperators.
Thumbs up from our referees here. Thumbs up from our teams here. Everyone looks good to me. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! GCS Greenfield off the starting line here.
The Quasi Cooperator went for the creator.
Interesting setup by GCS here. Looks like they have interesting method of dropping off all those audience members here. Looks like they get stuck up on the tower, but that's okay because they use their spare token to get themselves back to their safe zone as they replace their arm attachment.
The Quasi Cooperators has gotten the hologram and almost got the lights.
Looks like GCS is able to trigger both parts of the creation and get the bonus. Looks like they're lining up now. Looks like they just narrowly missed the spring load on the dolly, but that's all right. Both teams here navigating through the field. Both teams lining up very carefully here. All right, looks like they're able to trigger the lights for GCS. Both teams here getting lined up with precision. Looks like GCS is heading back down the field.
The Quasi Cooperators have gotten the statue.
Looks like GCS drops off more of those audience members as they pull along the boat in the movie scene as they make it back to their other safe zone. Both teams here, clock's ticking down here just under a minute. GCS seems to be lining up their creation piece. GCS lining up here. Just we approach the 30-second mark here. Looks like they get their craft creation on. Looks like it just pops off at the last minute. That's all right. Looks like they're going for they just narrowly miss the surround experience.
They got the red flag on the color change.
Looks like GCS spends another one of their points as they get back to their safe zone here. Clock's winding down. And that is time. Let's give a round of applause to both these teams here. Good runs. All right, everybody, we're here to kick off the last match of round 2, match number 30, over on the black table.
Black 1, we have the Electric Knights.
And over on black 2, we have the Lego Nerds. Thumbs up from our referees here. Thumbs up from our teams here. Looks good all around. We're gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Both teams out starting line here.
The Electric Knights get the camera.
Looks like the Lego Nerds are traversing and they get the hologram bonus. All right, looks like the Lego nerds are lining up here to go for that craft creation bonus. To get it pushed in. Both teams flying through the competition here.
The Electric Knights get 1 on the color change and 2 on the color change.
Lego nerds.
The Electric Knights also get the 3D.
Lego nerds in another safe zone. Looks like they're doing an arm attachment swap real quick.
The Electric Knights barely missed the immersive.
Lego nerds initiate. Looks like they're going for the, and they trigger the 3D cinema, getting the bonus. Roll out back in the safe zone. Looks like they're doing a hot swap of the arm.
The Electric Knights barely missed the statue.
Lego nerds here just swapping out arms before getting set up again. They have their arms set up here. Lego nerds look like they're about ready to get back out into the field of play. And they're off.
The Electric Knights are changing their
Looks like the
attachment.
Lego nerds just narrowly missed the augmented reality statue. Excuse me, the surround sound experience. Both teams getting set up here. Looks like the Lego nerds are going for the surround experience again. Just narrowly missing the trigger. That's all right. Both teams have narrow misses on their triggers. Lego nerds getting set up here just as the 30-second mark hits.
The Electric Knights get the hologram performer.
Looks like the Lego nerds are lining up with their audience members here, sending them out to the field of play. Looks like they get them just in the zone. Both teams setting up here. We're just at 10 seconds.
The
Both teams going fast.
The Electric Knights are trying to
3,
get the camera.
2, 1, and that is time. Well done to both these teams. Let's give them a round of applause. And that concludes the rest of our matches for round 2, heading into round 3.
right, we're getting ready for match number 31, the first of round 3. Over here in red 1, we have the Kingdom of the Space Tigers.
And over in red 2, we have the Debuggers.
All right, can we get a thumbs up from our teams if we're ready to go? All right, we'll start off this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Debuggers off to a good start here as they trigger the hologram.
Space Tigers go to change the scene and almost get it, but they do hit down that flag, so that is worth some points.
Yes.
Space Tigers taking their time, resetting their robot, making sure it's precise for this next run.
Debuggers also lining up. Looks like they're going to go to the other home zone.
Almost getting a scene change again. It's so close.
Oh, looks like the Debuggers move their creation piece across the board here and just make it into their safe zone.
Space Tigers lining up, getting ready, about to send their robot off, selecting their code.
Debuggers lining up here.
Almost getting that scene change off.
And Debuggers are on the board.
What's over there on the Debuggers robot? What are they using to control it?
Looks like they're using some sort of color changing sequence that allows them to select between codes. Very creative.
That is very creative. Better than just scrolling through code on the robot itself. Just let it select its own.
Indeed. Looks like the Debuggers getting set up here.
Space Tigers are over here getting set up as well. Looks like they'll be going for the camera, maybe.
Interesting choice. Looks like the Debuggers are trying again for that scene change. Just a little bit off that time, but that's all right.
Tigers almost got the camera. It seemed to just be barely off in the on the setup, but they're going to be going again.
Looks like the Debugger is getting loaded up with all their audience members, bringing them across the board as they trigger it.
Space Tigers lining it up, making sure it's straight, selecting their code.
Both teams here now getting set up as precise as possible.
Space Tigers grab the camera and put it into place. That's some extra points.
Well done. As we approach our 30-second mark here, both teams have got to get down to their final point values here.
And this is the last match for both of these teams. They got to make the most of it, get as many points as they can.
Good runs by both of these teams here. Let's see how they finish it out. We're approaching the 10-second mark here. Looks like the
Tigers going for the
Debuggers.
scene change, and they change it to pink.
Looks like the Debuggers are able to get the 3D cinema as we count down 3, 2, 1, and that is time.
Let's give these teams a round of applause.
Let's give these teams a round of applause. Well done on all 3 of your matches today, teams. All right, folks, coming into round 32, match 32. Over on the blue table in blue 1, we have the Scorpion Slayers.
And over on blue 2, we have the GCS Greenfield.
Thumbs up from our referees, and thumbs up from our teams. Looks good to me. I think we're ready to get started. Counting down 3, 2, 1, Lego! Both teams out the starting line here.
Seems like Greenfield on blue 2 over here is getting a good start. Going and dropping off those audience members in each of those zones.
Looks like the Scorpion Slayers are able to get that movie prop moved. That'll be some good points.
They're going and dropped off 3 audience members already.
Looks like Scorpion Slayers also were able to get the craft creation pushed in.
Greenfield grabbing their robot, resetting it in the second zone.
Scorpion Slayers are able to get the hologram performer. Now they're navigating across the board.
Over here at Greenfield, they just opened up the crafting machine and pushed it in as well, getting them some extra points.
That will be some good points later on. Scorpion Slayer making their way back to their home base. Getting lined up for another challenge here, it looks like.
Greenfield going again and going after that virtual reality artist.
Good runs from both teams here.
Greenfield hitting the rolling camera track as well, sending that down the line. Also going down, setting the lights and turning around that performer.
Looks like Scorpion Slayers are heading out to the field one more time here. Looks like they're sending it.
Greenfield over here taking his time. The robots lined up for their next run.
Scorpion Slayers able to move one of the creators across the board here. Now back in their home base, lining up one more time.
Greenfield went and dropped down some more audience members. Now it's over in the original home zone for the team, for their teammates to set it up for the next run.
Just under a minute here as the teams are lining up their next challenge.
Looks like Greenfield's over here getting ready for their masterpiece trophy to send that across the field.
Looks like the Scorpion Slayers getting their robot back to their home base here. Navigating through the field as we're approaching the 30-second mark.
And Greenfield is off. Maneuvering their way across the board and dropping that masterpiece trophy into the center of the museum.
Right at the 30-second mark here, these teams have final opportunities to get some points.
Greenfield almost hit that, almost hit immersive experience, very close. Now they're trying to change the scene.
Looks like Scorpion Slayers got caught up a little bit on the augmented reality statue, but that's all right.
Greenfield doing an attachment change, trying to get those last points of this last match of the for their last match of the day. Moving up the audio mixer, getting 2 of those up.
And just as the match closes out, good job to both these teams. Let's give them a round of applause. All right, we're over here ready for match number 33. On Black 1, we have the Garden Gnomes.
At Black 2, we have the Baloney Lego Legends.
All right, let's get a thumbs up from our refs and from our teams. Are we ready to start it? All right, looks like they're all ready to me. So let's start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Baloney Lego Legends gets the 3D cinema.
Garden Gnomes off to a good start, moving their masterpiece trophy across the field, getting lined up. Maneuvering their way across, now going forward and dropping off that trophy right in the center.
Baloney Lego Legends almost gets the immersive experience.
That was really close. I think another shot and they can get that.
Definitely.
We have Garden Gnomes over here getting immersive experience, almost getting that as well. Now Garden Gnomes backing up, looking to aim towards their second home zone. Passing the robot off to their teammates. Now they're doing an attachment swap, sliding out the old and with the new.
Baloney Lego Legends almost got the immersive experience again.
Garden Gnomes over here lining up the robot with the jig, making sure it's perfect for their next.
Baloney Lego
challenge.
Legends accidentally looked like they got the color change.
Garden Gnomes holding the camera along, getting that boat past the line, and putting the camera in its spot, getting them some extra points. Now doing another attachment swap, sliding out another one. Using that jig to line them up along with the board, making sure they're perfectly lined up. It's all about precision here.
Baloney Lego Legends almost got the immersive experience, but then it suddenly fell back down.
Garden Gnomes going for the sound mixer, lifting up those audio dials. Almost getting them. It looks like they were able to. And that's 30 seconds left in this match. Garden Gnomes doing another attachment swap. Looks like they're loading some audience members in that new one. maneuvering their way across the board and able to drop off their audience members and making their way back to the home zone. And that is time. That is the end of match 33. Let's give these guys a round of applause.
Starting off with match 1 on match 34. On red 1, we have 404, team name not found.
And over on red 2, we have Eagletron. All right, let's get a thumbs up from our refs and from our teams. Are we ready to start this match? All right, we'll start this in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Eagletron off to a good start, hitting that 3D cinema and coming back to the home zone. Now they're resetting for another run.
Team 404 got the hologram actor.
Eagletron going forward, spinning the scene once, spinning the scene twice, able to get it on orange.
Team 404 got the creator.
Eagletron making their way across the board, giving the robot to their teammates, seeming to do an attachment change and getting ready to go out for another run.
Team 404 is slowly making their way across the board.
Ooh, almost getting the augmented reality statue. Eagletron on the other side, it was able to get the hologram performer. Now resetting their robot, handing it off. Getting ready for another run.
404 looks like they're about to go for the color change.
Seems like Eagletron's going for an attachment change. I'm curious on what challenge they're going to be going after next.
Team 404 got the color change.
Eagletron making their way down the board with that new attachment. Seems like they'll be going for the immersive experience. Able to get that down. Oh, not quite. Almost there. Under a minute left in the match. They still have a chance to go after that again.
Team 404 looks like they're about to go for the 3D immersive experience and barely misses.
Very close. I think one more try at that and they can get it. There we go. 404 getting the 3D cinema. Eagletron making another attempt. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match. Eagletron getting immersive experience, making their way back to the home zone. 20 seconds. .404 lining up, grabbing the camera, pulling it back, and putting it into its zone, scoring some extra points. And that is time. Let's give a big round of applause to these teams. Nice job. All right, on to match number 36.
On black 1, we have the lug nuts.
And on black 2, we have the circus balloons. All right, can we get a thumbs up from our teams and from our refs? Are we ready to start this match? Looks like they're ready to me. Want to count us off?
3, 2, 1, Lego!
Both teams starting their first line of code.
The lug
Circus
nuts get
balloon.
all 3 of the sound mixers.
Circus balloon almost getting 3D cinema. Coming back to the home zone to reset.
The lug nuts are changing their attachment.
Both teams taking their time, making sure it's all set up correctly. Circus balloons going forward, almost hitting the scene change.
The lug nuts look like they're delivering some of the audience, and they get it in.
Circus balloons make their way back to home, resetting for another run.
The lug nuts are using a jig to aim the robot. Lug nuts go for the camera. They pull the camera back and get it into the zone.
Circus balloons making their way across the field, almost getting the immersive experience, making their way back home. Successfully getting back.
Lug nuts go for the second camera and get it all the way down.
Circus balloons going again. Almost getting 3D cinema, making their way back to home.
The lug nuts get the character creator.
Seems like they're able to flip that up too. That's extra points.
The lug nuts get the lights as well as the hologram person for the hologram performance.
Circus balloons almost getting scene change again, making their way back home.
Lug nuts line up the expert person as well as an audience and their statue.
Making their way down the field, it seems. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match. Circus balloons lining up their robot, making sure their attachments are set. Making their way down the field, turning, almost getting scene change. Now making their way back towards home. And that signals the end of our match. Let's give these teams a round of applause.
All right. We're going to get started here with match number 37 here on the red board. In red 1, we have the Composite Cooperators.
In red 2, we have the Electric Knights.
Thumbs up from our referees. Thumbs up from our teams. Looks good to me. You want to count it down?
3, 2, 1, Lego!
Both teams out the starting line. Composite Cooperators seem to get the craft pushed in, just narrowly missing the lid flip.
The Electric Knights go for the camera and barely miss.
Composite Cooperators get the hologram pulled in successfully and just narrowly missed the trigger on flipping the lights down, but that's all right.
The
Make their way
Electric
across
Knights
the
go
board.
for the color change and barely miss.
Composite Cooperators back in their safe zone here. Looks like they're queuing up to go another run.
They also go for the 3D cinema and miss, and the immersive and they get the immersive experience. They also did get the red flag on the color change, which is extra points.
Composite Cooperators moving along the board here. So they get caught up a little bit in the midfield, but that's all right. Composite Cooperators getting lined up here in their home zone.
Electric Knights almost get the statue.
Composite Cooperators navigating along the board. Looks like they get caught up a little bit on the augmented reality statue.
The Electric Knights are switching their attachments. We have about a minute left.
Looks like the Composite Cooperators are caught up in midfield. Looks like they might run the clock down here. Looks like they triggered the craft creation over.
The Electric Knights almost finished the second part of the creation.
And that's our 30-second mark right there, folks. Looks like the Composite Cooperators had a little bit of movement in midfield, but looks like they're going to wait it out for the rest of the time.
The Electric Knights added something new to their robot.
Looks like the Electric Knights are going to make a move here. Looks like they may be going for the camera. Pull it back, and it just makes it over. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. Let's give these teams a round of applause. Well done on your 3 matches today, Composite Cooperators and Electric Knights. Quick announcement, everybody. Quick announcement. If your team made up a practice round during round 1, then we ask that at the conclusion of round 3, you queue up to complete an extra round to make up for your practice. These teams are teams 53990, 56909, 57076, 57356, and 58566. All right, getting started with match number 38 here over on the blue board. We have the #1 Chaos Creators. Thumbs up from our referee. Thumbs up from our team. Thumbs up all around. We're gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Chaos Creators getting off the starting line here. Good communication across the team here. It looks like they're getting set. Going forward towards the hologram. Just narrowly missing the trigger, but that's all right. Back in the safe zone, gonna give it another attempt here. Looks like they trigger the hologram. Lining up back in their safe zone here.
Looks like they're aiming for the, they're aiming for the character creator.
Looks like they're able to trigger the craft creation. Changing out attachments here. Looks like they're able to push the set forward, but get tripped up a little bit. Spend one of their extra tokens to get back to their safe zone.
Looks like they're adding new stuff to their attachment.
Looks like they're getting set here, lining up, sending it across the board. Looks like the robot's making its way over. Back in their safe zone on the other end of the court. Looks like they're switching out their attachments here really quickly. Approaching the 1 minute mark here. Chaos creators seem to be lining up to go for scene change. Looks like they just narrowly missed that scene change, but that's all right. Bring it back into the safe zone.
Looks like they're going for it again. So close.
Looks like they just narrowly missed it, but now they're back in their safe zone. Looks like they're gonna swap out their components here. Excuse me, it looks like they're gonna swap out their placement here. Just narrowly missing the 3D cinema.
30 seconds left.
And they triggered a 3D cinema, and now they're back in their safe zone, putting on new attachments. Clock ticking down here, we're approaching the 10-second mark. Just under 10 seconds here. Looks like Chaos Creators are gonna push some characters across the board here. But that is time. Let's give this team a round of applause here for all 3 of their matches today. Incredible job, Chaos Creators. Alrighty, folks, kicking off match number 39 over on the black table. On black 1, we have the Robo Roscoes.
On black 2, we have the Robotic Renegades.
Quick thumbs up from our referees here. Thumbs up from our teams. We look ready to go. Count it down.
3, 2, 1,
Lego! Robo Roscoe seem to be going for the camera early on. They get it hooked and into the zone successfully. Robo Roscoe is making their way back to change out some components.
The Robotic Renegades went for the hologram and got it.
Both teams here lining up. Looks like the Roscoes are getting all of their audience members lined up here, placing them across the field.
The Renegades send the robot to the other side.
Roscoes are out onto the field of play. Looks like they get all of those audience members into the center zone and now heading back into the other safe zone across the...
The Renegades change their attachment a little bit and look like they're about to go for the camera.
Roscoes are also changing their attachment over here.
The Renegades barely missed the camera.
That's all right. They can always try it again. So the Roscoes go and get the holographic. Both teams in their starting zones now swapping out components here.
The Renegades went for the 3D cinema and barely missed.
Roscoe's still swapping out components here, getting lined up. We're approaching the 1 minute mark here as these teams are racing to get points onto the board.
Renegades go for the camera. And they barely missed again.
Roscoe's swapping out components still.
And did they get it? It's hard to tell, but I think they got the camera.
We're at the 30-second mark here. Both teams swapping out components. Roscoe seem to be lining up, going for a precision shot here.
Renegades looks like they're going for
And they managed to not only push the creation bonus, but also get the bonus by flipping up the lid.
The Renegades go for the 3D Cinema and get it.
Now it looks like the Roscoes maybe just letting the clock run down here after a great run. Both teams seem to be waiting at the clock here. Great runs by both teams. Let's give them a round of applause as we call time. Both of you.
All right, starting us off at match 40, we have on red 1 the Master Builders.
Judges, thumbs up. Teams, thumbs up. We are ready to go. 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Master Builders starting off. Looking to go and activate the AR statue, almost getting it. Now on their way back. Almost pushing in the lever to activate the hologram performer. Resetting their robot, making sure it's precise and ready.
It's a very fancy jig that they have for the precision.
It is very impressive. Now the robot is on their way, going across the field, turning, going forward, almost getting that AR statue again. Coming back across. Coming back to home. Resetting, making sure it's nice and precise before they go out again. One last check and then it's out. Going across the board, turning, going forward.
They were so close on getting the AR statue.
Almost touching that AR statue. Seems like they're doing a quick flip on that jig, getting ready to set up for another, for a different run. Looks like they might be making their way down the board. Just under a minute left in this match. Master Builders making their way across the board, grabbing the camera, pulling it across, and putting it in position. Now making their way across into the second home zone, passing it off to their teammates. Resetting, making sure the attachment's in place. And that's our cue for 30 seconds left in the match. Lining it up, getting it going.
They almost got the 3D cinema.
Setting up, going again. Pushing it down, almost there. With a few seconds remaining, we'll see if they can get this one done. And it's down. And that signals the end of our match. Let's give them a round of applause.
Alrighty, we're kicking off match number 41. Over on the blue table, we have the Malkbots. Thumbs up from our referee. Thumbs up from our team members here. Looks good to me. Count us down.
All right, we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1.
Lego!
Malkbots going for that 3D cinema, almost getting it. Resetting now. Pulling it down, and that's successful.
That's going to be some good points on the board for the Malkbots early on.
Oh, absolutely. Now it looks like they're doing an attachment change, grabbing something from the side of the table.
Looks like they're getting an extra motor on their arm on there.
Oh, wow. Seems like a few of their attachments have different motors, actually.
Impressive display of professionalism from this team as they intensely focus on getting their arms switched out here.
Looks like it's in. Now they're getting it settled in place.
Good communication across the board here.
Communication is key.
Communication is what makes a difference.
Getting it set up, getting that attachment in place. Seems like they're putting their masterpiece trophy in the center as well.
Masterpiece will get them good points here.
Indeed, and that build on top will actually get them some extra.
Indeed.
Seems like they're lining up, checking their notes. Coming back, resetting now.
Taking their time, make sure that it's all lined up just right. And they're off.
Turning across the field and placing the trophy into the museum.
That's the extra bonus points right there for the
Absolutely.
Malkbots.
Absolutely. Now coming back to the home zone.
They're doing well. They're in their safe zone. They're getting lined up for another challenge here.
Seems like another attachment swap.
Very smart here. Looks like they're getting their audience members queued up.
Putting them in sort of a basket attachment. Getting them
audience-
lined up on the field.
The audience members have made a difference in points, certainly for this challenge.
Oh, absolutely. Making their way down the field, dropping them off.
Looks like they get tripped up a little bit on the artist creation, but that's all right.
They grab their robot, pass it off to their teammates,
Right as the 30-second marker hits,
and they
Looks like-
send it off.
looks like they're going for the hologram,
Almost getting it done.
just narrowly missing it.
Doing a small victory dance. And coming back to the home zone.
Looks like they just made it back to the home zone. Looks like they're going to try it again, lining it up just carefully. Coming down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is time. Ladies and gentlemen, give a hand for the Malkbots. Well done on your 3 matches today, Malkbots. Just a quick reminder, ladies and gentlemen, if you have lost any parts off of your robot, there is a small roll of tape over by the judges' table that is holding all those parts. Maybe it might be over there.
All right, we're ready to kick off match 42. The black tables. In black 1, we have Edison Robotic Eagles.
And over in black 2, we have the Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club.
All right. Can I get a thumbs up from both of our teams and our refs? All right,
It's
we're
good to me.
getting ready to kick off this match. We'll start in 3, 2, 1. Lego!
Skyline off the mark with their creation.
Robotic Eagles off to a good start, almost dropping down, almost activating the 3D cinema.
Looks like Skyline's getting back to their home zone here, at it, setting up their jig to get aligned properly. Both teams lining up the robots with precision here.
Robotic Eagles going for another attempt on the 3D cinema, maybe. Oh, nope. Seems like they'll be going for the camera.
Looks like the Skyline Skyline team makes their way out onto the board here. Looks like they make it back to their home zone. Get stripped up a little bit, but that's all right.
Robotic Eagles doing a quick attachment swap, getting ready for a different challenge. Now they're on their way across the table. Small turn forward.
Looks like Skyline's making their way across the table here. Gets tripped up a little bit, but that's all right.
Robotic Eagles almost activating the immersive experience.
That'd be some good points for them. Skyline's getting lined up here again with their jig. Great setup by Skyline here. Looks phenomenal, guys.
Robotic Eagles going across. Almost getting immersive experience.
Looks like Skyline also went for the immersive experience, just narrowly missed it. That's all right. They give it another try. Both teams lining up here. Just under a minute of play here.
Robotic Eagles setting up, making sure it's precise for this next run. Now making their way across the table.
Looks like Skyline
Moving the
making their way
boat.
across the table here. They get back
And
to their
the-
safe zone.
Robotic Eagles handing it off to their teammates.
Right as the 30-second timer hits.
And now it's lining it up again for a different run.
Skyline also lining up for a different run as well.
Robotic Eagles going to push the performer and getting that done, getting them some extra points. Grabbing the robot for another reset, getting it lined up for another run.
Skyline getting lined up back in their home zone again here. And that is time. Let's give a round of applause to both of these teams. Well done on your matches today, guys.
All right, starting off with match 43. Over on Red 1, we have the Superstition Cruisers.
And over on Red 2, we have the Crypto Coders.
All right, can I get a thumbs up from our refs and from our teams? Are we ready to start this match?
Looks good to me.
All right, let's start in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Crypto Coders off the starting line, just narrowly missing the 3D Cinema.
Superstition Cruisers hitting the 3D Cinema, able to complete that and starting onto a different code.
Crypto Coders very close to getting that 3D Cinema bonus here. One more.
Superstition Cruisers making their way across the field, it seems. Going, just making sure that 3D Cinema is all the way down to ensure those points.
Looks like the 3D Cinema just got down for the Crypto Coders here.
Now it looks like an attachment change for the Superstition Cruisers.
Crypto Coders made it across the field into their safe zone.
Seems like they're putting some audience members along with their trophy in there, and the museum curator as well.
Looks like Crypto Coders getting lined up here. They get the spring, just narrowly missing.
Superstition Cruisers lining up their robot, making sure it's good to go across the board.
Crypto Coders also lining up so that way they can get the spring. just narrowly not getting it over the bump, but that's all right.
Superstition Cruiser is cruising their way across the board,
Crypto Coders
dropping it off.
lining up. Both teams lining up here with precision. Looks like Crypto Coders are able to activate creation.
Superstition Cruiser's getting ready, lining it up, making sure it's precise for this next run.
Looks like the Crypto Coders are able to push the movie set and get it across the line.
Yeah, the Superstition Cruisers are making their way across the board, transferring the robot to their teammates.
Crypto Coders seem to be lining up, maybe going for the hologram. And they get it.
Over here in the second home zone, the Superstition Cruisers are just lining up against the wall, making sure it's precise, ready for this next run.
Looks like the Crypto Coders just narrowly get tripped up on their way back from the hologram.
And that's 30 seconds remaining. Just as the Superstition Cruisers are turning around that performer, getting in some nice points.
Looks like the Crypto Coders are getting some new attachments on.
Lining up over here in the second home zone, getting ready.
Just at 10 seconds here. Both teams have one more opportunity to get points.
Superstition Cruisers making their way across the board.
Looks like the Crypto Coders just narrowly missed that camera launch.
And that concludes the match.
Well done to both of these teams. Give them a round of applause. Alrighty, coming up on match number 44. Over on the blue table in blue 1, we have the Fremont Falcons.
And over on blue 2, we have the Technic Titans.
Quick thumbs up from our referees. Thumbs up from our teams. Looks good all around. Count us down.
All right, we'll start this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego!
Fremont Falcons off the line with their creation.
Technic Titans making their way, pushing in that that slider for the creator and pulling that up as well. Technic Titans also completing the hologram,
Looks like Fremont Falcons are off the line again.
making their way across as
creation.
well and triggering those lights.
Fremont Falcons making their way across the field with their creation. They take it back to their home zone to try it again. Different setup this time.
Technic Titans lining up their robot, making sure it will be good for this next run.
Fremont Falcons taking the masterpiece across the field here. They look like they're about to be lined up. Looks like they're about to drop their masterpiece.
Technic Titans running across the field, giving the robot to their teammates in the second home zone.
Looks like they just made their masterpiece into the zone.
Lining up the
caught
robot,
up.
going across.
Fremont Falcons now look like they're about to try the 3D cinema.
Pulling up the lights and getting it into the green zone. That's some good points.
Fremont Falcons look like they're going for the 3D cinema.
Now it seems like Technic Titans is putting in their audience members along with the museum curator and their masterpiece creation,
Looks like the
resetting
Fremont,
their robot.
Fremont Falcons look like they're changing out some attachments here to go for that 3D cinema again.
Now resetting their robot for another go. Technic Titans.
Looks like Fremont Falcons just narrowly missed that 3D cinema, but they're going to get another shot here.
Now making their way down the field. And completing the immersion experience. Made their way
Fremont
back home, resetting.
Fremont Falcons trying again for that 3D cinema bonus.
And that's
it looks
30
like-
seconds left in our match.
Looks like the Falcons were able to get the 3D cinema bonus down just a little bit.
Just as Technic Titans is able to get that 3D cinema.
So the Fremont Falcons just narrowly missed the theater change, but that's all
And
right.
Titans is also able to grab that camera, pull it across, and put it in the zone for some extra points.
Looks like the Fremont Falcons were able to drop the flag on the theater change, so that's going to be some extra points.
And with a few seconds remaining,
3, 2, 1. And that is the game.
let's give these teams a round of applause.
Well done, Fremont Falcons and Technic Titans.
All right, we're gonna jump right into match 45. On black 1, we have the Lego Nerds.
Over on Black 2, we got Legoverse.
All right, refs, let's see a thumbs up. Are you ready? Teams, let's see a thumbs up. Are you ready?
Looks good.
All right, let's start this match in 3, 2, 1. Lego! Lego Nerds off to a good start, activating the hologram,
Legoverse early points here with the 3D cinema.
making their way back to the home zone, resetting now.
Legoverse swapping out some
Getting it lined
components
up,
here.
going across, almost triggering the craft creator.
Looks like the Legoverse is getting their arm put back on here.
Lego
Lining
Nerds
up for
now
another
choosing-
spot.
Lego Nerds now choosing a different program and lining it up.
Looks like the Legoverse is going for the sound dials. Here's to trigger 2 of them.
Lego Nerds going across, pushing that boat across that line, getting them some extra points.
Legoverse readjusting the arm. Now it looks like they're going to go for the theater change.
Lego Nerds going across the table, giving the robot to their teammates.
Looks like Legoverse is traversing around the board here. Looks like they line up. And they just narrowly aren't able to get the immersion experience down, but that's all right.
Now the Lego Nerds in that second home zone doing an attachment swap.
Both teams resetting back in their safe zones now.
Lego Nerds are almost getting that 3D, getting the 3D cinema challenge.
Looks like Legoverse is dropping off some of their
Going for a second
opponents
attempt.
in the other zone.
Almost getting it.
Legoverse moves all of their audience members across the board. It looks like the Legoverse also triggers the craft creation.
Lego Nerds going across again and getting the 3D cinema, putting on a new attachment.
Looks like Legoverse is lining up now.
Now lining it up, making sure it's precise for this next run.
Just under a minute here.
Lego Nerds
Looks
going
like
across the
Legoverse was
table,
able to trigger the
going
hologram,
forward,
but then quickly pulled it back.
almost completing the immersion experience, making its way back to the home zone.
Looks like Legoverse goes for the hologram, and it looks like they're able to succeed in getting it.
Lego Nerds lining up, grabbing a different attachment to put on and setting up their program.
And now we're at 30 seconds of play here. Looks like Legoverse is lining up their masterpiece to take it across the board.
Lego Nerds going forward, almost putting that audience into one of the zones.
Love the cheering from the audience here. Let's hear your audience.
Grabbing the robot, resetting, putting on a different attachment.
Looks like Legoverse is able to get their masterpieces to the museum.
Only a few seconds left in this match. This is the last. This is the last code they'll be running.
Down to
Setting
3,
them off.
2, 1, and that does it for the match.
Let's give these teams a round of applause.
Well done, Lego Nerds and Legoverse. Just a quick reminder, if you are making up a practice match, now is that time for you to come and queue up and get ready for your makeup. Attention, 56909, Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club. You're being called to make up one of your practice matches now on the field. That is Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club once again. All right, kicking off match number 46 over on the red table. In red 1, we have the Robotic Renegades.
And on red 2, we have the Debuggers.
Thumbs up from our referees and thumbs up from our teams. We're getting ready to count down in 3, 2, 1.
Lego!
Full team's out the starting line here.
Debuggers off to a good start, activating the hologram, coming back to home.
Robotic Renegades able to get the craft creation trigger, and they're also able to get the hologram performer trigger. Heading back to their home base now.
Debuggers selecting their program, getting it ready.
Looks like Robotic Renegades are lining up here, making their way across the board now. And it looks like Robotic Renegades are able to successfully navigate to their second home zone.
Debuggers putting their trophy inside of that basket and setting the robot up. Going across the table, going forward. And almost dropping it into that museum.
Robotic Renegades just slightly off with their alignment. But that's okay, they almost nearly triggered the 3D cinema.
And the Debuggers robot coming into the second home zone, passing it off to their teammates.
Looks like Robotic Renegades are making a move at the 3D cinema, just narrowly missing it again.
Debuggers getting ready with their code, waving the color wands above that light sensor. Going forward, changing the scene once, changing the scene twice. Getting some extra points there, coming back to home.
Robotic Renegades making a move here. Nearly triggered the 3D cinema. Looks like they're making another attempt at it. And they're able to trigger it successfully.
Debuggers getting it set up, putting the audience members in that basket up front. Getting it lined up, making sure it's precise.
Robotic
Setting it
Renegades
off.
putting on a new arm here.
Dropping off those audience members inside, coming back to home, doing a quick swap out of teammates.
Robotic Renegades lining up here.
Debuggers going again.
Looks like Robotic Renegades are able to get
Debuggers completing the 3D cinema.
30 seconds here. Robotic Renegades are able to trigger the camera pull.
Debuggers getting ready, making sure it's precise and lined up for this next run. It could be the last one of the match.
Clock's ticking down here. Robotic Renegades are getting lined up here at the starting zone.
Robot is lined up. They're setting it off, showing that yellow color to the color sensor.
5, 4, 3,
Going across.
2, 1. And that does it.
Let's give these teams a round of applause.
Well done, Renegades and Debuggers.
All right, on match 47, on blue 1, we have the Fremont Falcons.
And over on Blue 02, we have 404 error, name not found.
All right, refs, can we get a thumbs up, ready to start this match? Teams, can we get a thumbs up, ready to start? All right, we'll start in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Fremont Falcons starting off, trying to hit that dolly down the track.
404 are able to trigger the speakers and the lights and the holographic all in one run. Very impressive.
Fremont trying again, now going for a different challenge. Looks like they might be setting up their trophy, putting an attachment onto the front of their robot.
Team 404 seems to be swapping out some attachments and lining up. It looks like 404 is able to trigger the craft creation. Full team's lining up now. 404 seems to be moving out into the field now.
Fremont Falcons making sure this attachment is on correctly.
404 seems to be making their way across the field here. Looks like they just narrowly miss the augmented reality stats here, but that's all right. 4-4 using their extra token here to get back to their safe zone, now swapping out parts.
Fremont Falcons getting ready, transporting that trophy across the table.
4-4 lined up in the second home zone now. Looks like they're lining up.
Fremont Falcons turning, coming close to the museum, turning once again, and dropping that. Looks like it dropped it inside.
Looks like 404 is able to get one of the scene changes into the pink. That's going to be some good points for them.
Fremont Falcons grabs the robot, giving that over to their other teammates, making a quick adjustment, changing out that attachment.
Looks like 404 is changing out some attachments here.
Fremont Falcons getting ready, changing up this attachment, getting the code ready, lining up the robot.
Team 404 here lining up. Looks like they're going to be going for the 3D Cinema Theater, and they trigger it successfully.
Going down, successfully triggering the 3D cinema by the Fremont Falcons.
Team 404 here lining up. Looks like they may be going for that camera bonus.
Got 30 seconds left in the match as Fremont Falcons just do the 3D cinema just to make sure it's all the way down. Going for a scene change. A tad bit off, almost getting it changed.
404 just narrowly misses it. As the clock's winding down, audience, let me hear you. .44 just narrowly misses the camera trigger once more.
Fremont Falcons getting the robot set up.
And that's time.
Let's give these teams a round of applause.
Well done.
Our final official round of the day, match number 48. On Black 2, we have Skyline Ranch Boys and Girls Club. All right, ref, are we ready? Team, are we ready?
Looks
All right,
ready.
we'll start off this match in 3, 2, 1, Lego! Starting off our robot going for the sound mixer.
Just narrowly missing the trigger on the sound mixer, but that's all right.
Got back in the home zone though, so they can take another shot at it, penalty free.
Got a nice jig here, helping them line up.
Lining up the robot, taking their time. That's what's most important, making sure that it's precise and ready to go.
Yes, this is a game of millimeters, as we said before.
Robot's on its way, going for the sound mixer again. Lifting up, almost getting it.
Just narrowly missing it, but that's all right.
Taking time to reset the robot, get that jig lined up.
Lining up the jig just right, just to make sure.
Getting the robot lined up with a jig, resetting the attachment. And
On
it's
their way
off.
now.
Going over. Almost lifting up the audio mixer.
Just narrowly missing it. If you're in the audience, let me hear you. Cheer for me, come on. There we go. Lining up it once more for Skyline here. And they're off.
Getting it lined up, making its way over to the audio mixer.
Just narrowly
Almost
missing through, but that's all right. Skyline lining up their jig here. Just under a minute. Skyline lining up here one more time.
Making its way over against the audio mixer. Grabbing it to reset.
Match 30 seconds left on the clock here for Skyline.
Taking a second, resetting, lining it up with this jig. Spinning the robot to go. Lifting up, almost getting that light show.
Just narrowly missing the light tower. Under 10 seconds here.
Robot making its way across.
And that is
That's the end of the
time.
match.
Let's give a hand for Skyline. Well done, team. And that concludes our matches for today. Everyone, give yourselves a round of applause.
Hello, teams. Can I get your attention?
You got it?
Yeah. All right, so the judges should be getting the final score shortly, and then they're going to start deliberations. That takes an hour and a half. So during that time, instead of just doing nothing, we're going to have a little activity for you. Two options. The first one, we've taken all the models off of these two fields except for the lighthouse in the center. If you can see on the screen, you're going to start in one of the home bases, drive forward to the other, loop around, and then end on the far side. So then we'll have two doing that, and the quickest to do it will earn a little award. So we're going to give you 30 minutes to figure that out. 30, maybe 45, depending on how much. We need some time for you to actually do it. So if you're ready sooner, we can run you, but 3 o'clock, we'll start to do those runs. And if you don't want to redo that, and if you just want to run your robot on a competition table one more time, we have left that open just to give you that experience. We're kind of doing this on the fly, so we're thinking of making a new tradition here at Red Mountain. So we'll see how it goes, but hopefully this will be something interesting and fun. Any questions? If you need, the screen, and it's in there too, has measurements, but if you need to come up and borrow the table to do some testing. No?
So the way this is going to work is in the interests of fairness and trying to make sure everyone's has an equal shot at this, we're going to ask that no teams use the tables for the first 30 minutes that they're developing their runs. So what we have here are dimensions for what is the sort of expected travels that your robot's going to run. It's going to start in one of the home bases, and it's going to have to sprint across the other end of the field and break into that second home base area, and that's roughly a 60-inch sprint. So any teams that brought their practice tables or brought their mats, we're going to ask that you kind of don't use those, just so that those teams that didn't also have an equal chance of working with this and everyone's on the same level page. But that's your 60-inch sprint at the beginning, give or take. And then after that, your robot is going to have to drive around the light show, and that's about 22 inches from the sidewall. So if you estimate your robot being placed in home base, it's going to start, drive 60 inches, make a right turn, drive 22 inches, make another right turn, and sprint all the way back down the field. And we're going to kill your time once you break that line into your original starting home base. Does that make sense? And we'll leave this up for a little bit, but does anyone have questions with how this race is going to work? Yes. It's going to start in the bottom left, so in home base. So yeah, it's going to start in, so in this example, we start in red home base. We sprint all the way across down. We're going to break into that blue home base, and then we can make our curve all the way around the light show and sprint back. Yes? Yeah, so that way, because not every team has a table, and we want to try and keep things as fair as possible. Encourage teams to use what they learned in class. So if you think about it, each wheel has a certain diameter. We can use that diameter to create a transfer that into circumference. Using circumference, we can figure out how far a robot needs to drive, and then we can tell it to drive X rotations, and that's how we know we've estimated about 60 inches. So then we got to use those math skills that we learned in class instead of trial and error. Does anyone have any other questions before we send you off to get started? Yes. The awards are going to be around 4 o'clock still when they were normally scheduled. Yes, because judges need about an hour and a half of deliberation time starting like now.
Yeah, this is filler because of that. We can't really move up the awards.
Do you have a question? You do not have to do it now. Yeah. But if there are no more questions, you're free to take off and try and start working on this competition. If you have any other questions, you're welcome to come up to me.
Completely optional, just fun and entertainment.
So, good luck. Attention teams. This is the last 10 minutes to enter your chance to win for the fastest time in our robot race today. So yeah, last 10 minutes, we will have a hard close at 3:40 for any last minute runs.
afternoon. Who had a fun day full of learning here today? That is, forgot that the screen. Yeah, I just wanted to say a few words too to the students. I mean, I hope that you not only enjoyed your experience today and want to keep going with this, but what you're doing at this level will continue and translate directly to if you study engineering, math, science, technology, engineering, like coding. It's a little bit different, but I mean, that directly applies to what we do in the real world. Engineering is a very complicated experience, so you'll be on a team of people, and then that team might be hundreds, thousands of people around the world all working on something really cool that then you get to release to public and get to see other people working or using what you worked on. That's part of why I enjoy what I do, and that's why I like coming here, hoping to inspire you all to keep studying. It'll be a challenging road, but it's fun and it really pays off. So without further ado, I'd like to invite my volunteers who are in the room to please come up and stand on either side of the table here, because we're going to get the awards rolling. Sorry. Start. All right, so how this is going to work, I've got everybody's team number in numerical order. I'm going to call your team number and name to recognize you. Start on this side. You'll come and get recognized, go collect your medal, and then go back around to where you sat. And then after that, we will have the judges see what they awarded you based on your performance here today. And then we'll learn who's going to state. All right. Please stand by while we... All right. Team 3, the Lugnuts. Team 4723, Robo Roscoe's. Team 16-15 Lego Nerds.
I think there's a few more Lego nerds in the audience, I think. I could.
Team 34-396 Eagletron.
All right, Eagletron.
Nice.
Guys. Good job, Eagletron. Nice. Good job, Eagletron. Got another one. Good job, guys. Good job, kids.
Thank you very much.
Team 46-118 Legoverse.
Lego verse. Good job, you guys. Lego verse. Right, excellent.
Team 46-389 Superstition Cruisers.
All right. Cruisers.
Team 51-714 Edison Robotic Eagles.
Robotic Eagles.
Team 52-980 the Garden Gnomes. Team 53-990 Robotic Renegades. Team 54-768 Crypto Coders. Team 56-836, Circus Balloons. Team 56-909, Skyland Ranch Boys and Girls Club. Team 57076, Fremont Falcons. Team 57-356, the Debuggers. Team 58-566, 404, team not found. Team 59-662, number 1, Chaos Creators. Team 59-863, GCS Greenfield. Team 60,035, Malkbots. Team 6183 Electric Knights. Team 61,053 Composite Comparators. Or Cooperators, sorry. Team 61,000. Oh. 61,300 Bologna Lego Legends. Team 62,421 Kingdom of the Space Tigers. Team 63,504 Technic Titans. Team 63,931 Scorpion Slayers. And Team 64,312 Master Builders. All right, one more hand of applause to all our teams today.
But you're handing it out.
I'll just do it. Whatever you want. Performance. Performance is first.
All right. While we're having our fun with robots, the judges were working really hard in one of the back rooms. Let's see what they had to say about everyone's performance today. The first award we're going to hand out is Robot Performance. This award celebrates a team that scores the most points during the robot game. Teams have a chance to compete in at least 3 2.5-minute matches, and their highest score counts. The Robot Performance Award goes to team number 3, the Lugnuts.
All right, guys. Good job, Lugnuts. Good job, Lugnuts.
All right. And I would like to say that you are all part of history today, where we started potentially a new tradition here at Red Mountain High School with the extra little, what we're calling the Masterpiece Circuit. The team who completed that circuit in the shortest amount of time of 6.2 seconds was team 59863. Sorry, I should have.
By heart? Come on, Rick.
GCS Greenfield.
No, give them Coach Mentor.
What?
Give them Coach Mentor.
Okay.
And then, yeah, they handle everything.
All right. The next award we're going to hand out is for the Coach Mentor. Coaches and mentors inspire their teams to do their best, both as individuals and together. Without them, there would be no first Lego League Challenge. This award goes to the coach or mentor whose leadership and guidance is clearly evident and best exemplifies the first core values. As you all know, you picked up a form and your team filled it out. So this is what the team had to say about this particular coach. He has helped us a lot. He was there from the start. He motivated us. And he is overall an awesome coach. The Coach Mentor Award for 2023 is William Bonney, Team 58566, 404, Team Not Found. Next is the Motivate Award. This award celebrates a team that embraces the culture of First LEGO League through team building, team spirit, and displayed enthusiasm. This is what the judges had to say about this team. This team's mind is young, not afraid to go to the principal's office and learn survival skills through the epic games they play. The Motivate Award goes to team number 46118, Legoverse.
You guys are gonna have to start building this trophy case for you guys. Good job, you guys.
All right. Now let's learn who is going to be awarded the Rising All-Star.
All right, the rising all-star.
The Rising All-Star Award celebrates a team that the judges notice and expect great things from in the future. This team shocked the judges with their spirit. You'll find this team out on the courts. This team's Lego swords prove that chivalry is not dead. The Rising All-Star Award goes to team number 6183, Electric Knights.
Took a lot of nights to win this award.
All right, the next award is the Breakthrough Award. This award celebrates a team that made significant progress in their confidence and capability, and to understand that what they discover is more important than what they win. Here are some of our 3 favorite things about this team. This team didn't chicken out of their 3 missions. They led the future into their kingdom. And I guess we didn't know that tigers lived in space. The Breakthrough Award goes to team number 62421, Kingdom of Space Tigers.
All right, you have to make some space for the trophy, Tigers. Come on, Tigers.
All right. Next, we have the Robot Design Award. This team uses outstanding programming principles, solid engineering practices, and the engineering design process to develop a robot that is mechanically sound, durable, efficient, and highly capable of performing challenge missions. This team made an art out of robot iteration. They were not afraid to chip in and help their teammates. No rosy-colored glasses needed for these nerds. The Robot Design Award goes to team number 16215, Lego Nerds. Next is the Core Values Award. This team displays extraordinary enthusiasm and spirit, knows they can accomplish more together than they could as individuals, and shows each other and other teams respect at all times. This new team did well in all areas of judging. This team did C, coding as a challenge. This team cooperated to give others a kick. The Core Value Award goes to Team 61053, Composite Cooperators. Our next award tonight is the Innovation Project Award. This team utilizes diverse resources for their innovation project to help them gain a comprehensive understanding of their problem, has a creative, well-researched solution, and effectively communicates their findings to judges and the community. This team made consistency a high priority. Their presentation was well rehearsed and soared above the rest. Their project really stuck with their community. The innovation project goes to Team 34396, Eagletron.
Okay, because that's all you.
Yeah, I know.
Great job, guys. Great job. You guys are awesome. You're good. I figured.
All right, our next award is the Engineering Excellence Award. This award celebrates a team with an efficiently designed robot, an innovative project solution that effectively addresses the season challenge, and core values evident in all they do. From clear coding to presentation sound effects, this team hits all the right notes. Hats off to them for taking on all the challenges the wheel of fate their way. No doubt about it, this team exhibits engineering excellence. The Engineering Excellence Award goes to Team 52980, Garden Gnomes. All right. I have the distinct pleasure of also giving out an award. But first, before we learn who that is, let's give all our great volunteers standing in front of you a round of applause. Because this day would truly not be able to occur without all of their hard efforts all day today. Also, let's give teams, please recognize your parents, your coaches, your mentors for helping you make it to today. All right, so there's one more hardware before we actually learn champions and who's advancing. So every year we get to hand out a Volunteer of the Year award to recognize a person or a group of people who really went above and beyond to help make the tournament possible. This year, I would like to recognize all the Red Mountain High School Apex Robotics team, because they were about like half of all the roles that you see up here. They helped fill. They were here yesterday afternoon into the evening, setting up the tables, making sure that everything was ready for when you all arrived this morning, setting out chairs, all that stuff. There's a lot in the background. My pleasure to recognize Apex Robotics for your efforts today. I mean, you can clap to yourselves around or high five. No?
Okay.
All right.
High-five each other.
It's a great group. I would really enjoy it. All right, so let's learn the 8 teams who will be advancing to the state championship. For this one, I'm just going to call the names and we can clap. First, team 4723, Robo Roscoe's. Team 52980, the Garden Gnomes. Team 57356, the Debuggers. Team 53990, Robotic Renegades. Team 16215, Lego Nerds. Team 3, the Lugnuts. Team 34396, Eagletron. And Team 6183, Electric Knights. I'm pretty sure that was 8. Was anybody else counting? All right. One final award, the Champions Award. This award celebrates a team that embodies the first LEGO League Challenge experience by fully embracing the core values while achieving excellence and innovation in robot performance, robot design, and the innovation project. This team displays their individual colors. Does this team wear their sunglasses at night? They shine bright out in the field and on their badges. the Champions Award goes to team number 3, the Lugnuts. No. Oh, and for those who advanced at the end, we do have like a paper certificate, so pick that up. If you left any materials with the judges in the session, we have that to hand back, and also your judging rubrics. We will set up. We'll set up in the hallway where the cuers were, so you can please send like one coach from your team to collect that information. Adam has a few words he'd like to say.
Yeah, just a couple quick things before we end up for the day. One, I hope you had a great time today. We love hosting this for our community. Our students love being here. Please make sure before you go that you make sure you got all your stuff. I know there's a lot of stuff still out in the pits. We would love to keep it, but we'd rather have you keep it. So please make sure that you check sweatshirts, water bottles, blankets. We find all kinds of things at the end of the event. So please make sure you grab all your stuff. If you get home and realize you forgot something, please reach out. You can either reach out directly to us or you can reach out through Rick, and he'll get you in touch with us. We do keep a lost and found box, so if you realize you forgot something, let us know. And then before we go, there really are 2 people we need to make sure we recognize and thank here tonight. Neither of them asked for recognition nor want it, but we're going to give it to them anyway. This event sincerely could not happen without either of them. Both Rick and Jeremy over in the corner put in countless hours to make this event work. Please give them some love right now because they're the reason we can be here. All right, we hope to see all you guys here again next year. We'll be around if you have any questions for us. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to Rick.
Thank you, Adam. All right, everybody. I hope everybody's inspired. I hope you keep learning during the off season and those rookie teams come back as not rookie teams next year. Have a great, safe drive home. And some of you I will see at state. Otherwise, I hope to see you next year. Take care, everybody.